Chapter 1386. 1, 2. 9 figures appeared, every one of them imposing and imposing. They surrounded Yi Fan, Di Tian, the great demonic god, and the others. The heavenly tribulation was endless, and the sea of lightning was boundless. Every streak of blazing lightning would illuminate the cosmos. There were some enormous arcs of electricity that could directly shatter stars one after another. The lightning tribulation continued. The divine body was engraved and recorded by the great Tao of heaven and earth. It turned into human-shaped lightning and became a type of heavenly tribulation. The starry sky was shaken, and everyone found it hard to understand what was happening. 6 Tao Reincarnation Fist. A golden figure appeared, hacking forward murderously. With a honglong sound, it collided with the great demonic god. 6 ancient cosmos appeared in the sky, as if they were undergoing reincarnation. Golden divine treasury. Another golden figure faced Di Tian. On his back was a golden treasury. All types of golden Tao soldiers appeared, shooting out tens of thousands of Tao artifacts. They killed until the sky dome trembled. Honglong. The third figure used a single artifact to destroy all methods, splitting the heavens. The primal chaos sea of lightning exploded. A simple and unadorned great cauldron floated above his head. It rose and fell, as if it could suppress all life. This figure directly pressed towards Fairy Qingshe. The great cauldron suppressed the world, shaking the heavens. Inside the cauldron, rivers of stars flickered and primal chaos was like a sea, about to devour the entire world. 9 figures appeared one after another, attacking these young supreme beings. Every single one of them possessed heaven-overflowing strength, their divine might unstoppable. Yi Fan himself was also shaken. When he became a saint, he also saw the humanoid divine body lightning. At that time, it came to attack him one by one, yet now, it was actually all at once. Chang. He operated the secret soldier character, attacking forward to fight against his other self. He never expected the other party to react so quickly, treating him like a weapon, wanting to control him and use the soldier character at the same time. The battle suddenly erupted, throwing the starry sky into chaos. Everyone's hearts surged, all of them receiving a great impact. The Tao protectors on the human race's ancient path couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This type of heavenly tribulation was too heaven-defying, exceeding normal reasoning. It shouldn't have appeared in this world. Everyone sighed inwardly. Yi Fan was too heaven-defying, something rarely seen since ancient times. Kill. On the other side, a young supreme being erupted with power, her voice splitting the heavens. She released endless light, her entire being releasing the aura of the Lord of the human race, supreme and unmatched. This was a woman who was exceptionally stunning. Her fine black hair fluttered about, eyes like deep pools of autumn water. This person was powerful beyond compare, strand after strand of Tao mark fluctuations making even saints couldn't help but tremble, wishing to kneel down. Is it the most mysterious goddess? Everyone cried out in alarm. She was the last expert among the young supreme beings to arrive. At first, no one knew if she was a man or a woman. Only now did they know. It's not a goddess, it's a human king, an expert exclaimed. What? The human king is a woman? Everyone was stupefied. They had always thought that the king of men was an exceptionally powerful man. Who would have thought that it was a woman? The human king seal, the sky-flipping seal, the great Tao seal, all of them struck out one after another. It was as if the ruler of the human race had appeared. Even though she was a woman, she was exceptionally powerful. Her blood energy was exuberant, and her magical projection was world-shocking. She towered in the sea of lightning, fighting a humanoid lightning figure. Even though that heroic and tall figure was extremely indistinct, everyone could tell that it was almost identical to Yi Fan. He was currently operating the battle character to resist the countless magical imprints. Honglong. The eternal universe furnace appeared, bright red like blood. It collided with the sky-flipping seal, releasing loud rumbling sounds. Then, a chong sound rang out. The Tai sovereign sword split apart heaven and earth, unmatched in this world as it hacked apart the great Dao seal. This was the battle saint technique, deriving all types of Dao in this world. Once the battle intent was released, all four seas would be subdued. Now that the great battle reached this point, Di Tian, the great demonic god, Fairy Qingshe, and the human king were all long exhausted. The battle against the 9 emperors exhausted too much energy, and they were all heavily injured. At this time, when they encountered the humanoid lightning sacred body again, the battle was naturally extremely difficult. Moreover, there were 9 of them rushing over at once, all of them operating the world's most terrifying techniques, causing their bodies to split apart again. Kill! Di Tian let out a long roar. He couldn't bear it any longer. It was one thing to be tortured to death by the great ancient emperors, but now, his competitor was actually engraved by heaven and earth and turned into humanoid lightning. It was hard for him to accept this. At this time, he attacked with a higher cultivation level, wanting to destroy a lightning sacred body. He wanted to suppress the other party. He didn't believe that Yi Fan was as terrifying as the great ancient emperors. Hong Long. Blazing multicolored light illuminated the heavens, making the great chaotic calamity seem like it was about to collapse. The humanoid lightning punched out, and radiance illuminated all directions. This was a divine forbidden domain. Di Tian was already heavily injured. His entire body was covered in blood after being beaten by the Azure Emperor, and his battle prowess was severely reduced. Now that he suffered such an attack again, he was sent flying on the spot. The bones in his chest were broken, and 2 of them flew out. Everyone's expressions changed. The humanoid lightning sacred body was actually standing tall in the divine forbidden domain. This was an extremely terrifying result, and it caused the entire starry sky to become deathly silent. What exactly was engraved by the great Tao of heaven and earth? How could the divine forbidden domain be activated just like that? Without a doubt, this was a cruel reality, and it really happened at this moment. It caused everyone's emotions to rise and fall, and they immediately thought of many things. Was this the future sacred body that represented his future accomplishments? Was this just a display of his potential ahead of time? Fresh blood sprayed out. After Di Tian suffered serious injuries, his eyes were incomparably cold, and they were as resplendent as a pair of divine lamps. He chanted ancient scriptures and said, "Reincarnated in the 3 realms, I am the only sovereign. My name will be engraved in all lifetimes." This time, it was different from before. In front of him and behind him, huge stone tablets appeared one after another. His name was engraved on them, and they were all deep and eye-catching. Everyone was shaken. What exactly was that? Everyone was stunned. This kind of technique was too strange. In front of Di Tian and behind him, huge divine tablets appeared one after another. Upon closer inspection, they seemed to be tombstones. They emitted a boundless ancient aura, as if they had reincarnated through the ages, and their bodies were buried together. They appeared strange and terrifying. A terrifying aura was being released. Those were tombstones, and even the epitaphs on them could be seen. All of them emitted heaven-overflowing fluctuations. What kind of technique was this? Why had they never heard of it before? Everyone felt their blood run cold, and it was as if they were all petrified. Di Tian towered there. Strand after strand of blood flowed out from his body, dyeing every single tablet red. His name was engraved on them, and it was as if a heroic spirit that had reincarnated through the ages had returned. Between heaven and earth, his name was engraved densely. His divine might surged, and it was as if a vast ocean was beating against the shore, splitting apart the 9 heavens. Reincarnated in the 3 realms, my name will be engraved in all lifetimes. This type of ancient scripture actually became true. At this moment, it was as if it connected through time and space. Di Tian's world was connected together, and he released the most powerful attack. It was clear that if one wanted to use this technique, they would have to pay an extremely great price. Otherwise, why would his entire body be dripping with blood, and why would the tens of thousands of divine tablets be drenched in blood? This was like a sacrifice, using this to obtain the most powerful power. One of the human Tao protectors was horrified. He thought of some ancient secrets, and with a trembling voice said, "It shouldn't be a technique from the legendary era, right? It is a type of matchless heavenly art from the years when the supreme beings fought for supremacy. I seem to have seen some vague records in some ancient tombs. Reincarnated in the three realms, my name will be engraved in all lifetimes. This is like a curse, an unrivaled supreme being's inheritance. It's him, he actually has this type of technique. It is too shocking." It was rumored that Di Tian had read through many scriptures, and it seemed like he had even borrowed a portion of its supreme profound mysteries. The great sage arrived. There were some who recognized Di Tian's inheritance, and all of them were shocked. Their faces revealed extremely serious expressions. What 3 realms reincarnated, what 1,000 tribulations and 10,000 worlds? Everything is empty. In one's life, there is only the present. Where is there reincarnation? Where is there any past life? Death is all emptiness, everything will be destroyed. Yi Fan's true body said coldly, not agreeing with this at all. Hong. On the other side, a human-shaped lightning seemed to have sensed something. It moved like a dragon or tiger, directly slaughtering its way over, raising its fist to kill. There was a type of unrivaled aura, as if it was the only sovereign in the present. This was in line with Yi Fan's Tao, believing in the present, not believing in the past or future. As long as one was unrivaled in this world, nothing could stop them, and everything could be changed. With a honglong sound, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Even the heavenly tribulation was shattered. This human-shaped lightning triggered a divine restriction. In this cultivation realm, it could be said to be world-shaking, powerful to the extreme. The divine restriction penetrated everything, peerless and peerless. Di Tian's strange method was too extraordinary, and now, he still couldn't use it proficiently. It was forcefully interrupted, unable to display all of its power. His entire body flew out, his chest exploding. His white bones were dense, and the broken bones fell into the cosmos. He was unwilling to accept this. His strength hadn't been displayed, and the battle with Emperor Qing before had almost exhausted all of his essence energy. Now, he could be said to be an arrow at the end of its flight, and as such, it was difficult for him to resist. Di Tian was sent flying, blood dyeing the skies. Everyone didn't care about these secrets. They only saw Di Tian being sent flying. All of them were like clay sculptures, their minds trembling. His stubbornness is too deep. He fought a decisive battle against Emperor Qing, disregarding the consequences and exhausting all of his essence energy. That is why he no longer has the strength to fight, said a Tao protector. Hong Long. Suddenly, among the 9 great human-shaped lightning, several people erupted with divine restrictions to fight against their opponents. Immediately, blood splashed everywhere, dyeing the skies red. Even a peerless beauty like Fairy Qingshe and a powerful and sharp woman like the Human King, whose beauty could shock the entire starry region, had their bodies cracked at this moment, suffering a destructive blow. The great demonic god was even more miserable. He brandished his demonic god fists, but in the end, both of his fists were smashed into mush, and in the end, even his arms were blasted apart. Who could stop a few divine physiques that towered in the divine restriction domain? They all rushed forward. Even the young supreme beings from the human race's ancient path couldn't stop them. A single divine restriction was enough to make the world tremble. With so many of them appearing together, even the expressions of the great sage changed. Under such circumstances, it was useless no matter who came. Being able to survive was already a result to be proud of. Wanting to kill all the divine physiques in the divine restriction state was no different from a lunatic's ravings. The great supreme beings trembled in their hearts, and a subtle sense of defeat grew within them. They originally wanted to fight against the ancient great emperors at the same level when they were young, but they didn't expect that they wouldn't be able to reap great benefits. Instead, they suffered a blow that was neither light nor heavy, causing everyone's expression to turn gloomy. Meanwhile, the crowd was even more dumbfounded and incomparably shocked. When had they ever seen several young supreme beings come out together to contend for supremacy? It was extremely shocking and heaven-defying. The strength of these young supreme beings was sufficiently powerful. Otherwise, how could they have survived a battle against 9 young great emperors when they were outnumbered? This was enough to explain the problem. And this time, the reason why they suffered even more serious injuries from the humanoid lightning of the divine physiques was because they had already exhausted too much of their battle prowess. Secondly, they were unwilling to accept defeat. When they saw Yi Fan's imprint being imprinted by the great Tao, they wanted to immediately suppress him. Therefore, they used the most profound realm to attack. They didn't expect to provoke a group of divine physiques that had all advanced to the divine restriction domain. At this moment, Yi Fan's heart was also heavy. Not only did Di Tian and the others suffer heavy injuries when facing the 9 great sages' bodies, even he himself wasn't in a good state. Yi Fan had never felt such great enmity towards him before. He continuously fought back and fought in a desperate manner. Even my real body hasn't entered the divine restriction state yet. If I'm killed by these virtual bodies with the power of the divine restriction state, it would truly be a joke, Yi Fan muttered to himself. Battle Saint Technique, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist, Golden Divine Treasure. Yi Fan's attacks were bold and unrestrained as he fought with himself. His body was shattered, and he suffered extremely serious injuries. The only fortunate thing was that the virtual bodies didn't have divine restrictions. Evidently, like the great ancient emperors, they could adjust according to the opponent's realm. The myriad chi cauldron rose and fell, clashing with Yi Fan in the sea of lightning. He was blown up several times by his own virtual bodies. He was very strong, but the enemy was himself. The stronger he was, the stronger the enemy was. There were a total of 9 divine physiques, a total of 9 of him. Killing him at the same time was an unsolvable problem that foretold a tragic ending. At this moment, Di Tian, the great devil god, Fairy Qingsher, and the human king all retreated. This time, they wanted to use the great ancient emperors to temper themselves, but they only left behind injuries and nothing else. Everyone held their breaths as they looked at the battlefield. Everyone knew that this was the heavens making things difficult for the divine physiques. Others couldn't stop them, so they let the 9 of them block them and kill them, causing them to fail the tribulation. It could be said that this was indeed unsolvable, and there was no way to break through it. However, what made everyone dumbfounded was that Yi Fan actually managed to survive in the end. The lost self and Tao self alternated to buy time for him. Yi Fan faced 9 of himself and finally managed to survive. This is impossible. How can one person survive under the attack of 9 of himself? Is this heaven-defying? The strongest man in history, one person, beat 9 of himself. If this, isn't this a miracle, what is it? Or should I say, is this cheating? Otherwise, how could he have survived? Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to believe everything. When Di Tian, the great devil god, Fairy Qingsher, and the human king saw Yi Fan being blown up by the 9 of himself, golden blood splashing into the sea of lightning, they felt much more at ease. Afterwards, they saw him being killed again and again, and from start to finish, he didn't activate any divine restrictions. This made them feel even more at ease, and they even felt a sense of comfort. After all, it was precisely that person's lightning virtual body that had injured them. Now, they were being oppressed by his own virtual body, so they were naturally happy to see this. However, the final result was a little hard for them to accept. Yi Fan survived. Even though he was covered in blood, and even the cauldron above his head was almost shattered, his tenacity and unyielding strength deeply shocked everyone. Yi Fan supported the broken myriad Qi cauldron and walked out of the sea of lightning step by step. His body was covered in cuts and bruises, and golden blood dripped down. He was riddled with wounds, making him look heavy and austere. He seemed to be in a difficult situation, but his eyes were very fierce. They were as sharp as heavenly swords, cutting through the void of the universe. They possessed a kind of powerful essence, energy, and spirit that made people tremble. This was like a celestial sword that had been tempered 1,000 times and appeared from the purgatory like furnace. It had already taken shape, and with just a little polishing, it would blossom with world-shaking brilliance. Chapter 1387. Yi Fan walked out from the mist of primal chaos. His entire body was covered in wounds, and golden blood had even stuck to his hair, turning it into a lock that stuck to his cheeks. His entire body was covered in wounds, but his spirit was even more powerful. One could see a resplendent beam of light shooting out from his forehead like a burning torch. This was a terrifying phenomenon. This was the manifestation of an extremely powerful spirit. It had already become deified, condensed beyond compare, becoming a powerful substance that possessed extraordinary and terrifying battle prowess. Shwa. Divine multicolored light flickered, and a fist-sized little golden person stepped out from between Yi Fan's brows. The condensed beam of light immediately wrapped around his body, making the little golden person much stronger. This was Yi Fan's primordial spirit. It was one with his body, making his blood energy exuberant. This was the foundation of his great strength, and the two were in perfect harmony. On their exterior, golden divine flames burned fiercely. Yi Fan was like an unsheathed immortal sword that had been sharpened 100 times, dazzling and resplendent. On his head, cracks appeared on the all-life energy cauldron. It was almost destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. One could see how terrifying the human-shaped lightning was. That was one young great emperor after another, and they almost shattered the cauldron made from the world's rarest immortal material, the all-life energy cauldron. He actually succeeded in crossing the heavenly tribulation. Everyone didn't know what to say. This kind of heaven-defying lightning punishment had long foretold the ending. This was almost inexplicable, and it was destined to be a tragedy. However, Yi Fan walked out alive. All the great sage had arrived. There were the Tao protectors of the human race, the Yin deities in the great emperor's tomb, the stone man Holy Spirit, the demon race's great sage, as well as the other race's ancient evil gods. Even these people were shocked. This kind of heavenly tribulation, this kind of scene, this kind of surpassing battle prowess at this age. It made them all silent, and they admitted that they were far inferior when they were young. In reality, since ancient times, how many people could compare? This kind of heavenly tribulation might be one of a kind, and they had never seen it before. It could be said to be heaven-defying. Everyone was paying close attention. It was absolutely silent. When faced with such a powerful divine body, great waves rose and fell within their hearts. It was as if a vast ocean was surging. Among the great sage, Qi Tian's face alternated between green and white. He felt the most uncomfortable. Yi Fan's heaven-defying performance was obvious to all, and it was like a mountain pressing down on his heart. He truly regretted it. How could he provoke this type of person? In the future, he would definitely become a great person. He would be like an unsurpassable monument that would suppress the world. First, the 9 emperors appeared. Then, there were the 9 Tao sacred physiques. Qi Tian thought that Yi Fan would definitely fall. He was filled with hope, but in the end, he fell into deep despair. The sacred physique from the burial emperor star created a miracle. Qi Tian sighed lightly. There was going to be trouble in the future. Based on Yi Fan's cultivation speed, he might surpass him in a few decades or even 100 years. Moreover, he wouldn't stop there. His realm might even be comparable to the ancient supreme beings. Now that he saw Yi Fan come out alive, one could well imagine how terrible Qi Tian's mood was. There was a hidden worry in his heart, and his eyes flickered with cold light. On the other side, the great demonic god, Di Tian, Fairy Qianxia, and the human king, which one of them wasn't a peerless genius? However, they all tasted bitterness from the divine body's heavenly tribulation. They were extremely unwilling. They were extremely powerful and firmly believed in their own strength. They all had a type of "I am the supreme" mentality. Otherwise, how could they have walked so far on the Emperor's path? However, today, they felt a sense of defeat. Their bodies and minds were injured, and they almost died under the hands of the ancient great emperors. Moreover, they were almost destroyed by the lightning's sacred physique. This was like a thorn that pierced into their hearts. It was truly unbearable. At this moment, they only had one thought, and that was to break into the divine forbidden domain. Only then could they truly be unrivaled under the heavens. It's over. Di Tian and the others spoke softly. They weren't willing to face all of this. Today, they didn't obtain any confidence. On the contrary, their lives seemed a bit gloomy. Hong. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. In the instant his voice faded, the boundless heavenly tribulation appeared once more. It was even more ferocious than before and enveloped Yi Fan. It was grand and real, causing the hearts of the great sage to pound intensely. The divine body's heavenly tribulation still hadn't ended and was still continuing. Everyone was at a loss for words and felt their mouths go dry. What was the heavens trying to do? This was truly making things difficult for them. Any one of the tribulations that Yi Fan faced was enough to kill a genius. Now, they appeared one after another, strange and mysterious. This was a type of great terror. Di Tian's expression froze. Just as he finished speaking, the divine body's heavenly tribulation began once more. This was too astonishing and exceeded his expectations. He wasn't the only one. The great demonic god, Fairy Qianxia, and the human king were all stunned. Their expressions were strange. This was too inconceivable and difficult for them to accept. Everyone, do you still want to continue? I invite you all. Yi Fan spoke. Although he was deep within the boundless lightning, he was still very calm, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. The great demonic god, Di Tian, Fairy Qianxia, and the human king all had unsightly expressions. 80% of their combat strength had been used up in the battle against the ancient emperors. How could they continue? These people were too conflicted at the start. For example, Di Tian insisted on fighting to the death against the Azure Emperor, and in the end, he himself almost died. The others were more or less the same. They had all exhausted their essence energy just like that. Everyone, do you really not want to come and take a look? The true tribulation, the true secret, has only just begun. Yi Fan patiently guided them, a kind expression on his face. Di Tian, the great demonic god, Fairy Qianxia, and the human king all had gloomy expressions. No one said anything. 9 emperors, 9 saint physiques, one after another. Only heaven knew what else would appear next. They didn't have the combat strength to continue. Hong Long. Boundless primal chaos lightning struck down. Yi Fan ascended into the sky, faintly discernible. Amidst the primal chaos mist and lightning, people could vaguely see one grand building after another. What? Impossible. Even the great sage and the ancient evil god couldn't remain calm. This kind of building was too shocking. I once saw it on a broken wall left behind from the archaic era. That is the layout of the ultimate ancient heaven that not even the venerable emperors had truly constructed. The green phoenix Daoist exclaimed. His seniority was the highest, and he had lived the longest. His status on the human race's ancient road was revered, and his words naturally caused a huge commotion. The saints were all in an uproar, and all of them wanted nothing more than to ascend into the sky to take a closer look. However, no one dared to move. The heavenly tribulation not long ago was obvious to all. If they went up, they would undoubtedly die. Even the supreme beings of the younger generation on the human race's ancient road couldn't withstand it, and their blood splattered everywhere. Yi Fan ascended into the sky. The cracked cauldron above his head bobbed up and down, becoming one with him. His figure seemed unreachable, as if he was suppressing all heroes under the heavens. He stepped onto the immortal path alone. The great demonic god, Di Tian, Fairy Qingshi, and the human King Zhen all wanted to go in and take a look. After hearing the Green Phoenix Daoist's words, they also found it hard to remain calm. Unfortunately, not a single one of them could enter. Only Yi Fan ascended the heavenly path alone, stepping into the final tribulation. This kind of scene caused everyone to be stunned. Even Di Tian, the great demonic god, and the others were silent. This was enough to explain some problems. This was a vast sea of lightning. The primal chaos was shattered, and one grand palace after another towered high up in the 9 heavens. It was terrifying to the extreme. When Yi Fan arrived here, he was greatly astonished. It was different from the past. All the grand palaces stood side by side, and it was hard to say who was in charge. And when he stepped into one of them, a fierce and tyrannical aura rushed over. On the throne, a figure sat there. His majestic appearance was intimidating, shocking the past and present. His eyes were like 2 balls of fire, exceptionally sharp. This was actually a divine ape. His true appearance couldn't be seen, but his physique, as well as the golden hair on his body, all of these clearly indicated his identity. Emperor of Fighting. Yi Fan grinned. He was truly shocked in his heart, but there was also a trace of favorable impression. Meeting the father of the monkey gave him an indescribable feeling. This was none other than the sacred emperor whose might shook the final phase of the supreme ancient immortal realms. He fought against the deity DK and won in the end. His name shook the myriad of races, and from this, one could see that his combat prowess was definitely heaven-defying. It was rumored that the Emperor of Fighting wanted to transform into a war immortal, acting against the heavens. As a result, it caused the supreme ancient immortal realms to rapidly decline, accelerating the great changes of the world. It could be said that he was truly a world-shaking emperor. At the top of the palace, the Emperor of Fighting was incomparably dignified. His true body seemed to be seated in the supreme ancient immortal realms, and his eyes seemed to be able to peer through the endless ages, transcending time and space to see everything that happened today. Yi Fan was truly indescribably astonished. The Emperor of Fighting was overseeing the Great Hall, and this greatly exceeded his expectations. He didn't expect the father of the monkey to have come to this star domain before. Hong. At the next moment, Yi Fan grimaced in pain, tasting the bitter fruit. The respect and favorable impression he had towards the monkey's father were immediately tossed aside. The sacred emperor had taken action against him. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. He was exceptionally powerful, ferocious and tyrannical to the extreme, simply about to smash down the 9 heavens. Yi Fan fought a bitter battle. He didn't know how long it took for him to fight his way out of this palace. His entire body was covered in golden blood, and even the cauldron on his head had a hole imprinted by the sacred emperor's immortal iron rod. He cursed in his heart, but when he thought of the monkey, he swallowed the rest of his words. There are so many other great halls. Don't tell me there's an ancient great emperor overseeing them all? Yi Fan had some doubts in his heart. He entered another hall, and the moment he entered, his entire body felt like it was about to split apart. At the top of the great hall, there was a figure with an imposing divine bearing, exuding a sense of loneliness. His back was facing Yi Fan, but he still displayed an invincible attitude. But when Yi Fan approached, that figure directly faded away, vanishing without a trace as if he had never appeared. And in the place where he was, a large bell appeared, suppressing the ancient heavens, acting in place of that person just now. The sound of the bell rang out, causing the entire universe to tremble, almost causing Yi Fan's body to explode. This was the Wuxia bell. Yi Fan was extremely shocked. He naturally recognized it because he had personally entered the Purple Mountain and seen this bell before. In that case, the person who had his back facing him just now was Great Emperor Wuxia. Why did he disappear? Yi Fan's heart was filled with doubts, and he couldn't understand no matter how he thought about it. However, there was no time for him to be in a daze. The Wuxia bell suppressed over. Dong, when this bell rang out, the universe's starry river trembled. Even the heroes outside the Sea of Lightning heard it, and all of them retreated in pain. And the expressions of the great sage also changed. One of them seemed to have thought of something and murmured, could it be the bell waves recorded in the ancient records? More than 100,000 years ago, this kind of bell shattered a large part of the ancient starry sky path, shaking the myriad heavens and realms. Yi Fan killed his way out of the great hall, and found that there was another hole in the cauldron, which looked like the shape of the Wuxia bell, imprinted on it. How strange, ancient heaven is different from before. Why is there an ancient great emperor overseeing it? He clearly felt that something was wrong, and it was different from the past heavenly tribulations. Yi Fan looked forward. The majestic palaces and ancient buildings stood tall, and it was a majestic scene. Then, he opened his heaven eye and chose a strange, majestic heavenly palace that was obviously different from the others. Then, he walked toward it. Who will I encounter this time? They won't all use weapons to make a mark on my cauldron, will they? Yi Fan mumbled to himself, dragging his injured body, golden blood dripping along the way, into this grand palace. Swoosh! At this moment, Yi Fan's hair stood on end, and all the bones in his body made crackling sounds. His body suddenly emitted boundless light, and his body instinctively awakened, automatically adjusting to the strongest state. The secret character of One operated, baptizing his body, and instantly healing his injured body, allowing him to possess peak fighting strength. At the top of the main hall, there was an imposing figure in white clothes. Even though he was calm and without any fluctuations, he was still frightening, giving others an extremely strange feeling of shock. Yi Fan was deeply shocked. This humanoid lightning was different from the others, and it didn't seem to be the virtual body of a great emperor. There was a wisp of life fluctuations, as if he was still alive. How was this possible? He felt a headache. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation during a tribulation. This great emperor was dressed in snow-white robes, and his face was like jade. His body seemed to exist in the past, present, and future, 3 different spacetimes, passing through the past, present, and future. This was Shuiwuqing, the demon king who had shaken the ancient times. Divine light shot out from Yi Fan's eyes. He was sure that this person had essence blood and powerful life fluctuations. How was this possible? Could it be that the demon king Shuiwuqing had lived until now? Yi Fan found it hard to believe. The demon king had stepped on the path of immortality back then. Could it be that the final outcome wasn't a true fall, but that he had obtained a Dao fruit unknown to others, which was why he was still alive today? Boom! When Yi Fan entered the demon king's hall through the sea of thunder and saw Shuiwuqing, in the depths of the starry sky, the vast mausoleum with the surging yellow springs emitted a loud sound that shook the universe. In the endless sea of thunder, there were many grand buildings, and the most special one was this heavenly palace. There was a mysterious aura of a great emperor pervading the air. Demon King! Yi Fan shouted. Shuiwuqing suddenly turned around. His pair of eyes were incomparably deep, revealing the vicissitudes of time. It was as if he had stood here for millions and millions of years. Yi Fan was even more certain, and the feeling became more and more real. His entire body felt like it was going to split apart, and he almost couldn't stand still here. The man in white clothes that surpassed the gods was not a simple human-shaped lightning. It was clear that there was essence blood flowing within him, and he was matchless and incomparably powerful. Within Yifan's body, the two immortal rulers were violently struggling, wanting to fly away. They were filled with impatience and impatience. At this moment, outside the heavenly tribulation, everyone else heard Yifan's voice. It reverberated through the thunder, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. The Demon King had walked on the path of immortality and represented supreme invincibility. If it wasn't for the fact that he was already old and his blood dried up, immortals might have appeared in this world. The Demon King of a generation had shaken the past, present, and future. He had almost created a true legend, and he was only one step away from entering the immortal domain. Right now, why did Yifan call out his name? What did he discover? Meanwhile, right now, the great sage were all trembling. They sensed the Emperor's aura, and all of them couldn't help but want to kneel down. Chapter 1388. Yifan was shaken. He had never imagined that he would be able to face the Demon Emperor at such a close distance. It was truly unbelievable to be in the same palace as the Demon Emperor. The male in the Great Hall had thick black hair that draped over his chest and back. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, untainted by a speck of dust. His expression was peaceful and calm, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. Yifan's body felt like it was about to split apart. His golden blood rumbled and surged violently, about to ignite. Even his bones were about to explode. The two pieces of the immortal ruler in his sea of reincarnation released green multicolored light, turning into two blazing sun-like spheres of light that flew out. They were filled with hope and impatience, incomparably pressing. Yifan's body trembled and he involuntarily retreated. The blood energy of the male in front of him was too exuberant. There was a powerful fluctuation of life that made it difficult for him to approach. It was as if he was facing a resplendent furnace of the immortal domain. Qing Shui was transcendent and was about to ascend to immortality. There was a type of spirituality that didn't belong to this world. It was as if he was an immortal that descended from the heavens. The two pieces of the ruler were sparkling and resplendent. The green gold flickered with a rain of ascension light. They were like lost children that saw their closest loved ones, revolving around him. This was the ruler that belonged to the Demon Emperor. Even though it was shattered and the deity within died on the path to immortality, it still had an instinctive love for the Demon Emperor. In the past, how many geniuses were buried in the dust? The white-robed male stretched out a hand and gently caressed the two pieces of the ruler. His transcendent aura contained a type of tyrannical aura. His deep eyes contained a type of sharpness as if he was looking down on the universe, overlooking all living things. This was the aura of the Demon Emperor, a might that could strike the 9 heavens and suppress the netherworld. Even though he appeared calm and unhurried, he couldn't be blasphemed against. Everyone had to revere him. He didn't put away the immortal ruler but instead allowed them to be like mischievous children. They flickered and danced in front of him as he quietly stood there. Yifan's eyes were in pain and tears of blood flowed out. It wasn't for any other reason but because he saw the fundamental reason for the birth of the Demon Emperor's vitality. So that's how it is. The ancient emperors passed away one after the other and couldn't live until now. After understanding the reason, he felt a sense of relief but also a sense of loss. No matter how stunning one was, they couldn't truly live forever. It was a few drops of blood that twined around the lightning Demon Emperor's body, emitting an immortal might. It was as if it was the reincarnated emperor that had appeared in the sea of chaos. The true emperor bloodline. Yifan's eyes were in pain. Those drops of blood turned into a thin strand of smoke, releasing bloody radiance. They were like immortal needles that could pierce through one's eyes, making it difficult to look straight at them. Yifan, to Fan's eyes. Even. Yifan felt his eyes. Felt. Had to the blood to the emperor's existence. He. To the blood Fan, to the demon. Although Yifan understood the reason for the Demon Emperor's life force, he had even more questions in his heart. It was clearly a heavenly tribulation, so how could it attract these drops of blood? Furthermore, it was fused with the demon emperor's mark. It was unbelievable. The only special thing is that the demon emperor's tomb is very close to it. Could it be that the emperor's bloodline was drawn here? Yi Fan muttered to himself. When he thought of this possibility, his scalp went numb. It was fine to draw a few drops of blood, but if the real emperor's corpse was summoned, then, it was unimaginable. Not to mention him, even if all the cultivators in the universe came, it wouldn't be enough to kill them all. The combination of the imprint and the corpse was like the reincarnation of a real emperor. It wouldn't be limited to the Saint King realm. It would trample on the great Tao of heaven and earth. Boom! In the distance, the tomb of the ancient emperors trembled. The majestic yellow spring was boiling, and a strange aura filled the air. A few Yin gods roared, and many Yin spirits and ghosts trembled in fear. How could the demon emperor's tomb change when the saint physique is going through the tribulation? What's going on? The great saints were bewildered, their souls trembling. That wave of emperor energy affected them, making every single one of their faces turn pale, their hearts full of fear. In the hall, Yi Fan was in great trouble. The demon emperor had taken action. With unparalleled divine might, he punched a hole in the cracked cauldron with a flick of his finger. Even though the demon emperor was a saint king in the heavenly tribulation, the few drops of emperor blood were definitely more terrifying than the great sage. They were evenly distributed on his body, giving him the majesty of a former ruler of the universe. He couldn't fight this opponent. Yi Fan rushed out of the hall. Otherwise, he might really fail the tribulation and die here. To be killed by a demon emperor with a drop of blood on him, he felt wronged. Boom! However, how powerful was the demon emperor? It was a white-robed man who surpassed the gods. With a step, the world changed, and he blocked the entrance of the hall, cutting off the way out. Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. In a battle between saint kings, he could hold his own, but those drops of emperor blood were too terrifying, able to penetrate any defense. He couldn't stop them. At this moment, he couldn't worry about anything else. He took out the green copper cauldron. Even if it drew the heavenly tribulation, it didn't matter. When the green copper cauldron appeared, it seemed to sense danger. It immediately scattered the surrounding primal chaos lightning, facing the white-robed demon emperor in front of it, confronting it. It released brilliant green multicolored light, tens of thousands of strands of auspicious light, brilliant and dazzling, but it didn't draw the heavenly tribulation. It was still simple and imposing, confronting the emperor blood, rising and falling. With a chi sound, scarlet light rushed into the heavens. All of the emperor blood merged together, becoming like a resplendent scarlet multicolored gemstone, releasing unmatched demonic might. This was the demon emperor's essence blood, containing his great Tao, possessing the characteristics of the great emperor's body, as well as fragments of the inheritance stored in his bloodline. Once it was activated, it would be difficult to guess what would happen. Without a doubt, the emperor blood had awakened. Right now, there was a powerful life fluctuation, as if it was going to be reborn, construct a perfect emperor corpse. Yi Fan reached out with his divine will, capturing a few damaged scenes. He was greatly shaken. Those were some of the demon emperor's experiences when he was alive, stored within the blood. Hong Long. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out, shaking the starry skies. The great sage and the distance were all sent flying by a wave of fluctuations, their expressions all changing. In the depths of the starry skies, demonic energy rushed into the heavens. A tall and sturdy male that was a bit taller than an ordinary person appeared, walking out from the boundless sea of lightning. He was dyed in blood, his bronze skin flickering with precious splendor. His hair was exceptionally thick, his eyes as sharp as blades. Pang Bo successfully crossed the tribulation, becoming a powerful saint king. Everyone was shocked. Even though they were attracted by Yi Fan's heavenly tribulation, they didn't forget that there was another person undergoing tribulation, because it was similarly terrifying. This person was submerged within the sea of lightning. However, in the end, he wasn't as attractive as the 9 emperors, which was why the crowd didn't pay him the same attention. However, they definitely wouldn't underestimate him. Even Di Tian, the great demonic god, the human king, and the others all viewed this person as an extremely terrifying potential competitor. I've finally succeeded in crossing the tribulation. From now on, this Pang can also rule over a region. Pang Bo muttered to himself. He was 2 to 3 heads taller than an ordinary person, and the muscles on his bronze skin were like coiling dragons. You guys have all fought against the ancient great emperors. How did it feel? Pang Bo asked Di Tian, the great demonic god, and the human king. These people's expressions were naturally unsightly. Today, they tasted an indescribable bitterness from the Saint Physique's heavenly tribulation. Sigh, you guys have all fought against the great emperor when he was young. How regretful. This Pang also wants to give it a try. Yi Zi, are there any other great emperors left to fight? Let me in, I'll also find someone to try, Pang Bo said in a carefree manner. When the various saints heard this, they all felt dizzy. This person was too insensitive, starting a battle against a young great emperor and dying at every turn. Didn't he see the great demonic god, the human king, and Di Tian? They almost died here. Pang Bo, come up. Yi Fan transmitted his voice. Everyone was startled. What exactly was there in the heavenly tribulation at the very top? The Saint Physique actually called out to an old friend. Could it be that there was a great opportunity? Many people were tempted, but no one dared to take a step forward. Who could withstand such a tribulation? If another 9 great emperors appeared, Di Tian, the human king, and the others would all be turned to ashes. All right. Pang Bo soared into the air and entered the sea of lightning. Yi Fan immediately activated Great Emperor Wu Shi's heaven-deceiving formation, isolating him and preventing him from crossing the tribulation again. He then guided him into the demon imperial palace. Who is this? Pang Bo was shocked. He looked at the figure, and then stared at the ball of imperial blood that was confronting the green copper block. Normally, imperial blood couldn't do anything to the green copper block, but now that the demon emperor's blood had been revived, it was different from usual. There were fragments of the great Tao circulating around it, causing the green copper block to emit immortal light. Yi Fan had already finished his battle with the demon emperor and retreated out of the door, leaving the green copper block to confront the imperial blood. At this moment, his expression was solemn as he said to Pang Bo, "This is the demon emperor. There might be celestial scriptures in that imperial blood. You should comprehend it here, and you might have great gains." After that, he reminded Pang Bo to think of a way to retrieve the 2 pieces of celestial ruler. These weapons were originally obtained for him and for Pang Bo, and they couldn't be lost here. Demon Emperor, I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Pang Bo's eyes burst with divine light. There was an indescribable excitement. He chanted the Demon Emperor Heart Sutra and walked forward to communicate. Yi Fan turned around and left with the chi of all things cauldron that was even more damaged. There was an additional celestial ruler-shaped hole on it. If this goes on, my cauldron will shatter again. He saw a few people who were attacking his cauldron. Sooner or later, it would shatter. When Yi Fan entered the next hall, a strange sound rang out, causing his blood to churn. He suddenly raised his head and looked forward. There was an old monk who was knocking on a wooden fish. There was a terrifying rhythm that caused one's heart to resonate and beat, as though it would explode at any time. Amitabha Buddha. Yi Fan was astonished. Even though that figure was as blurry as the other great emperors, he could guess that this person was definitely the founder of Buddhism. In this world, there was only one old monk who achieved Tao, and he was the great Amitabha Buddha. The old monk's appearance was solemn and had a kind of benevolence. As he knocked on the wooden fish, the sound entered one's heart, causing one's soul to pulsate and resonate with it. This was definitely an incomparably terrifying thing. Just knocking on the wooden fish was enough to control one's life and death. The old monk's strength was shocking. Yifan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. After that, he raised his fist and attacked. He had to break this rhythm, or else he would definitely be led away by this old monk. Rumble. The great Amitabha Buddha stood up and threw away the wooden fish. He wielded the violet gold demon-subduing pestle and attacked. There was no longer the benevolence of Buddhism. At this moment, his divine might was matchless and he was like the most terrifying battle saint. Are you still a monk or not? Yifan cursed silently. He used the cauldron to resist and fought an intense battle with this mysterious great emperor who blazed a different path on the path of immortality. In the end, Yifan's hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. He rushed out of the great thunderclap monastery while cursing repeatedly. That was because the myriad chi cauldron was about to shatter into pieces. There was another hole on it that resembled a demon-subduing pestle. At this time, Yifan sharply discovered a fact. The great emperors he saw in the ancient heavenly imperial court had an important similarity that made his heart beat violently. If he calculated according to this, he would definitely see Di Zun, the undying heavenly emperor, and vicious. Chapter 1389. The emperor of fighting was ferocious and tyrannical, his divine might matchless. He wanted to become a war immortal, but in the end, he failed. He passed away in meditation in the North region, speeding up the great changes of the world, making the archaic era decline, ending its glory, and thus declining. Great Emperor Wuxia shocked the ancients and dazzling contemporaries. He wanted to fight his way into immortal domain with his true body, looking down on endless generations. 80,000 years ago, he released world-shaking fluctuations in the Purple Mountains, shocking the supreme beings of the great life-restricted regions. The Demon Emperor was someone who shocked both past and present, truly stepping onto the path of immortality. He was a man who surpassed deities, unmatched under the heavens, a living legend. Unfortunately, at that time, he entered his later years, his blood declining and body withering, falling on the path. Amitabha Buddha, he had never killed a single person in his life, yet he won on the emperor path forged from blood and bones, establishing the Tao and becoming a Buddha. It could be said that he was the best of the past and present. His teachings had spread far and wide, and he had left his footprints in some ancient star areas. He had gathered endless power of faith. Some of his followers believed that he was still alive, while others believed that he could reincarnate at any time. He could be described as unfathomable. Looking at these people, they all walked quite far on the path of immortality, each with their own extraordinary accomplishments, shocking past and present. Sure enough, it was just as Yifan expected. The next person he met the above conditions, the great inhuman emperor. The human emperor swept through all regions, conquering the heavens, overlooking the boundless cosmos, a sovereign overlooking the world, possessing a type of supreme dignity. After countless years, a divine will was born. It was only because something unexpected happened on the path of immortality that the will didn't scatter. This great emperor had walked quite far on the path of immortality. His appearance now further proved that Yifan's suspicions might be true. In the Grand Human Emperor Palace, the 9 ancient characters of the great immortal scripture turned into resplendent stars, appearing behind and in front of Yifan. Hong! The scriptures collided, clashing intensely. Even though Yifan felt great respect for the human emperor, he still couldn't avoid an intense battle. His entire body was covered in injuries, golden blood splashing everywhere, and he rushed out of this ancient palace with great difficulty. Yifan wiped away the bloodstains and sighed in his heart. The Renhuang was truly too powerful. In this battle, he had suffered extremely serious injuries, and the cauldron was on the verge of shattering. He silently pondered as he stared at another hole on the cauldron. He seemed to be deep in thought as he used the swordsman's secret art to heal himself. His entire body emitted a golden light as he recovered to his peak state. Break and reforge, without destruction there can be no construction, nirvana is stronger. Yi Fan looked at his own cauldron. The source qi of all things poured down like a waterfall. Many cracks appeared on the cauldron. There were a total of 5 holes in the front and back of the cauldron. It looked like it was about to break. At first, he was still worried, but now, he completely let go. When he was transcending the tribulation, he fought against 9 young great emperors. Now, wasn't his cauldron the same? After being bombarded by the young great emperor, he clashed with the imperial weapons one after another. Forged the strongest cauldron. This was his only weapon, and he was walking the path of a single weapon that could break all techniques. Next, Yi Fan didn't retreat. He looked for those majestic celestial palaces to open and clashed with the masters inside, starting the most intense bloody battle. He met Qing deity and fought with the strongest man, the only one after the primordial era who claimed to be able to rebuild the ancient heaven and reconstruct the rules and order of heaven and earth. Golden blood rained down, and it was incomparably beautiful. Yi Fan suffered greatly under the 9 slashes of the demon monarch. His head was almost cut off, and his entire body was covered in wounds. Moreover, Qing deity's divine wound slash almost extinguished the primordial spirit's fire. It split open his head and caused extremely serious injuries. Qing deity was strong, especially when he was young. He was a legend who killed gods and Buddhas in his way. He never retreated even half a step. Yi Fan fought with him and suffered serious injuries. In the end, he also exploded. He swung his golden fists and displayed the true meaning of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Behind him was a golden divine treasure that could kill all techniques. The cauldron on top of his head shook violently and covered the sky. This was a bloody and intense battle. In the end, Yi Fan killed his way out of the palace, leaving 2 golden trails of blood behind him. He staggered and almost fell. Of course, Yi Fan also made Qing deity pay in blood. This time, the 6th hole also appeared in his cauldron. It was pierced by Qing deity's weapon, and it looked like a chaotic green lotus. Yi Fan didn't retreat. This was a kind of training. Since the heavenly tribulation had appeared, he was willing to fight if he had the ability to. After enough rest, he pushed open the 7th giant palace with the dilapidated cauldron on top of his head. As soon as he entered, his body stiffened and his hair stood on end. Moreover, the cauldron on top of his head actually trembled as if it had sensed something. It almost flew towards that person. Fortunately, the cauldron was stable. This cauldron was forged by him and had long been connected to his flesh and blood. It had become an extension of his body and was inseparable. He didn't lose it. That was a slender figure. Although it was only the back view, it was so perfect. It was as if a true immortal had descended into the world. Yi Fan's body stiffened. He faced this infinitely beautiful figure as if he was facing a great enemy. This was a woman. One could tell from the curve of her back that she was peerless. Moreover, this figure was different from all the other great emperors before. It was so clear and not blurry at all. It was as if a breathtaking beauty was standing in front of him. Suddenly, this woman turned around and stood in the palace, looking at Yi Fan. Her eyes were so clear, even purer than a child's eyes. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind and flickered with a star-like luster. On her snow-white neck, there should have been a beautiful immortal face, but it couldn't be seen. It was replaced by a devil mask. She seemed to be crying and smiling at the same time. She smiled in sorrow and shed tears in her smile. This was an unforgettable bronze mask that could touch one's heart. Ruthless great emperor. Yi Fan's heart rumbled and he couldn't help but take a step back. The karma between him and this stunning great emperor was very deep. Not to mention other things, even the myriad qi cauldron on top of his head belonged to this woman. This seemed to be a person with flesh and blood. Yi Fan could even see the gentle luster on that jade-like body. This was too strange. It was clearly formed from lightning. How could it be like this? Rumble. A ray of celestial light flew over. It was extremely domineering and powerful. All the light in the world dimmed and lost their colors under this light. This was like a celestial that shocked the heavens. Specks of light fell like a large expanse of pure white feathers. Within them, there was an extremely powerful offensive power that was rarely seen since ancient times. This was the flying immortal force. This was the peerless divine technique of ruthless great emperor. It was created in response to the 9 secrets and could be said to be world-shaking. With the power of one person, he fought against the 9 celestial beings of the mythological era and created many supreme secret techniques. Bang! Even the powerful indestructible golden body of Yi Fan exploded into pieces. Golden blood sprinkled down and dyed the entire great hall golden. White bones could be seen everywhere. This was the first time Yi Fan had suffered such a heavy injury since he started his cultivation. It was also the most bitter one he had ever experienced during a heavenly tribulation. Even his primordial spirit was almost scattered. He had an indescribable feeling towards Ruthless because he had plucked her true dragon deity elixir and obtained her myriad chi. He had also taken away the immortal treasure map from the primal chaos dragon lair. He always felt that there was some kind of connection between them. Yi Fan was only slightly distracted when he encountered such an attack. He couldn't even dodge it. It was really too fast. This kind of peerless offensive power, how many people in the past and present could compare to it? It was the same type of secret technique, but it was much more powerful than what Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman used. This was the true flying immortal art. This technique was known to possess the power of the flying immortal. It was a breathtaking attack that was unparalleled throughout the ages. Hong Long. Yi Fan's enormous golden blood energy rushed together and fused together with his shattered body. He activated the swordsman character and quickly repaired his body. He was exceptionally serious as he stared at the exceptional woman in front of him. His expression was unprecedentedly serious as if he was facing a great enemy. Flowers bloom with a single thought. The exceptional beauty wore a devil mask and spat out these words. They were extremely clear and went straight into the depths of one's heart. Yi Fan immediately felt his blood run cold. This was something that had never happened before. There had never been a great emperor who appeared during a heavenly tribulation who would say such words. It was definitely unprecedented. This made all the hair on his body stand on end. Was he facing a heavenly tribulation, or was he facing a truly ruthless person? The petals fluttered in the air and flickered with a dreamy and translucent luster. It was as if a large rain of light was falling down. They were sparkling and flowing with a faint fragrance. Even the sea of lightning couldn't stop them. In an instant, every petal turned into a ruthless person. Tens of thousands of figures rushed towards Yi Fan. Her clothes fluttered as if she was a true immortal. Yi Fan's expression changed. His golden blood energy overflowed into the sky and produced all kinds of strange phenomena. The immortal king in the 9 heavens, the green lotus in the primal chaos, the golden sea of bitterness, and the magnificent mountains and rivers all connected into one. It was as if an immortal domain had come into being. The strange phenomena isolated all auras and obstructed the ruthless people's attacks. Yi Fan continuously trembled. In the end, blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He retreated several steps and persevered until the many ruthless people's figures disappeared. Those figures didn't possess the battle prowess of a true ruthless person, but there were so many of them that it was terrifying enough. They could instantly kill a supreme being of the same level. In this world, ruthless people were definitely the most talented. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to achieve the Tao with a mortal body. Now, Yi Fan had personally experienced her heaven-defying battle prowess. Physique was nothing to her. No matter what kind of bloodline came, she could kill them all. Ruthless, the great empress lived for 4 lifetimes, and some people said she lived for 5 lifetimes. There were even people who said she had never died and had always lived in the mortal world. Even though she didn't achieve immortality, she had walked the furthest on this path. Kill. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed. Now that he was standing on the emperor's path, no matter who he faced, even if it was the most talented and powerful ruthless person, he couldn't cower. He had to press forward courageously. He evolved his own Tao. His body took the shape of a dragon. His arms swayed, turning into the moon and the sun. His entire person became a true dragon of Tao marks as he rushed towards the ruthless person. A great battle broke out. It was incomparably intense. Boom! This speed was too fast. They exchanged blows like lightning, sometimes hard, sometimes soft. Strands of immortal splendor shot out, shocking everyone. In the end, the two of them staggered. The ruthless person seemed to be a bit surprised. Her pure eyes revealed divine multicolored light. Her left and right hands respectively moved, evolving the most powerful great immortal laws. A life character appeared on the ruthless person's left palm, and a death character appeared on the right palm. They emitted strands of extreme divine might, suppressing towards Yi Fan. These two characters weighed more than anything, as if they could crush the ages. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many cultivators had tried to comprehend them. Even now, no one had been able to comprehend them and achieve immortality. The heaven-devouring demonic art, the undying heaven art, the various secret techniques used to resist the 9 great celestial being, the great empress was shockingly talented. She had lived for many lifetimes, and throughout the endless years, no one knew just how many divine techniques she had created. She was the most mysterious. And now, this type of wondrous technique was unleashed, truly shocking the heavens and earth. Yi Fan's expression immediately changed. The meaning of these two characters was too extraordinary. It was actually condensed, truly heaven-defying. Hong Long. Chanting sounds rang out from within Yi Fan's body. His entire body turned into a Taiji immortal diagram, preparing to face the ruthless person head-on. A sigh sounded. The Empress unhurriedly turned around. Her style was unmatched, leaving behind a large expanse of light rain. She walked into the distance step by step. Her body was becoming smaller, all the way until she turned into a 3 or 4-year-old little girl. She walked on the road alone. She was pitiful and lonely. The clothes on her body were tattered, and her hair was combed into a pair of sheep horn braids. Her face was covered in dirt, and when she inadvertently glanced back, it made one's heart ache. Her large eyes were clear and pure, yet they were filled with tears. Yi Fan's mind was greatly shaken. He wanted to see clearly and carefully. He wanted to see Qin Chu's tender little face. Unfortunately, her figure had already become indistinct, disappearing without a trace. Heavens! Could it be that the great empress is still alive, still in this world? Yi Fan was astonished. Chapter 1390. Yi Fan was shaken to the extreme. His body turned into a streak of light as he chased after her, but in the end, he didn't see anything. Vicious turned into nothingness, and that pitiful and lonely little girl disappeared. He didn't see that face clearly, so he couldn't be sure. Only that pair of clear eyes was unforgettable, engraving itself into his heart. Why did she disappear so quickly? Yi Fan muttered, great waves surging in his heart. He thought of many things. That pair of pure eyes made his heart tremble. It was a bit familiar, a bit pitiful, stirring up great waves in his heart. Unfortunately, when Vicious turned into a 3 or 4-year-old little girl, the devil mask slowly faded away. That tender little face flashed past, unable to be seen clearly. There was a layer of primal chaos shrouding it. Yi Fan's emotions rose and fell, unable to calm down for a long time. He thought of many things. Could it be that Vicious never died? Just how shocking of a thing was this? That shouldn't be the case. All signs pointed to the fact that no one in this world could live forever. Undying was too illusory, no one able to achieve it. It had stumped all of the most powerful great emperors since ancient times. Even if one could live forever, they would still have to enter immortal domain. It was impossible in this world. Yi Fan was silent, as if he was petrified. He stood there in a daze for a long time, staring at the heavens without saying anything. He only believed in the present world. Regardless of whether it was the past or the next life, they were all illusory to him. He never believed in them, and they never existed in his heart. Meanwhile, at this moment, he was a bit perplexed. Those large tear-filled eyes, that pitiful little girl, why did they make him feel suspicious? Yi Fan was a bit at a loss. Was there really someone who could reincarnate in this world without dying? This conflicted with his understanding, making him feel conflicted. Yi Fan didn't move for a long time. Specks of light flickered on his body, as if his body was breaking apart. He almost transformed into the Tao. In that instant, he woke up with a start. He discovered that he was on the edge of danger, almost becoming a Tao law, merging with the heavenly punishment, becoming a part of the natural order of heaven and earth. This was even more terrifying than experiencing 10 bloody battles of life and death. He was just a step away from transforming into the Tao, never to exist again. It has almost shaken my will, leaving me at a loss. This might be the most terrifying part, as well as the true meaning of this heavenly tribulation, right? Don't worry about anything else. Believe in your own Tao and walk down this path. Yi Fan muttered to himself as he gradually became clear-headed. A sharp light shot out from his eyes as he temporarily cast aside everything that had just happened. The most stunning great emperor is indeed terrifying. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Vicious voice was actually real, different from all the great emperors he had met before. It was as if he still retained his will of life, imprinting himself in the world instead of being controlled by the heavenly tribulation. Yi Fan's body was broken. He activated the secret character of swordsman. His golden blood flowed backward and his bones cracked. It took a long time for him to recover to his strongest state. When he opened his eyes again, 2 streaks of golden light shot out, piercing through the heavenly tribulation, leaving the great sage outside of the sea of lightning stupefied. They sensed something, revealing looks of shock. In the palace, Yi Fan's expression turned sluggish. The 7th hole had appeared in the myriad chi cauldron. When was it made? He had not seen vicious pierce through the cauldron. This was a human-shaped mark with graceful curves. It was clearly a woman. It was engraved on the cauldron's wall and possessed a mysterious and supreme Tao rhythm. It was vivid and lifelike. Yi Fan quietly observed it for a long time. Then, he pushed open the palace door and walked forward with firm steps in search of the next heavenly palace. He wanted to charge to the end and see who exactly he would encounter. The 8th heavenly palace was extremely grand. There was a special type of power flowing within, faintly discernible. This didn't seem like an ancient palace belonging to a single person, but rather one that contained all living things. That's right, this feeling was extremely real. This palace wasn't cold and cheerless at all. It was as if there were divine intense praying and chanting scriptures here. This was an extremely mysterious and majestic palace. It was even taller than a mountain as it towered here, suppressing the entire universe. Who is it here? Yi Fan was puzzled. This palace was too extraordinary. It was vast and majestic, making people want to serve it. Hong Long. Yi Fan pushed open the palace door. In that instant, he felt a type of supreme dignity. It was as if a celestial emperor was seated majestically above, overlooking him. Moreover, at this moment, a type of clamoring noise rushed over, entering his ears. He entered from the outside, feeling extremely uncomfortable. This was a type of great contrast. This place was like another world, endless and endless. There were creatures everywhere. Roars, sutras chanted, and prayers mixed together, deafening. They suddenly rushed over like this, leaving one shocked. Everything was too sudden, incomprehensible. In the grand heavenly palace, all of the creatures of the heavens and 10,000 regions were kneeling on the ground, as if they were worshipping. They were incomparably devout, ancient sacrificial voices sounding. What is going on? Yi Fan's gaze was sharp, sweeping over every single figure. All creatures coexisted, all of them full of reverence. They were all offering sacrifices to the deity, the scene grand, leaving one with an inconceivable feeling. It was as if there were 3,000 ancient Buddhas chanting, but also as if there were over 10,000 demonic sovereigns roaring. They merged together, shaking one's soul, making one feel an uncontrollable urge to kneel down, kowtow in worship. This was an extremely grand scene. All life was bowing down, all races worshipping a deity. All types of divine voices sounded, rumbling and deafening. It was as if they crossed the archaic era, transmitted over from the prehistoric era. Yi Fan's expression was serious. A crack opened in his forehead, strand after strand of sparkling immortal splendor shot out. Under chi-chi sounds, void figures were destroyed one after another, all of them turning into electrical radiance. He resisted the boundless pressure, wiping out the void figures of all creatures worshipping here one after another, making the natural order here gradually calm down. To be more precise, those weren't true sacrificial voices, but rather divine chains of order. Even though their performance was extremely realistic, it was different from the true voice released by Vicious. However, this was still enough to leave others shocked. Just what kind of person was this, for all creatures to bow down and worship him with pious faith, kneeling on the ground in worship? The immortal splendor that shot out from Yi Fan's forehead became even more resplendent. He walked up step by step, large amounts of creatures returning to nothingness, everything breaking apart because of the divine chains of order. Later on, he became a bit alarmed, because there were some void figures that were extraordinary, extremely similar to true deities. What kind of scene was this? Even deities knelt on the ground, kowtowing in worship towards the most dignified figure at the center of the imperial palace. It wasn't just a single one, there were 10 of them in succession, all of them like true deities, piously kowtowing, worshipping the most dignified figure above. Yi Fan brandished his golden fist, divine light erupting from his eyes, sweeping everything in its path. Those figures ultimately all disappeared. None of these creatures possessed fighting strength, formed from lightning and Tao laws. Otherwise, Yi Fan would have faced the most powerful experts of all races, to the extent where there were even deities. That type of scene was unimaginable. At the center of this heavenly palace sat a dignified supreme being. It was as if he was seated high up in the 9 heavens, overlooking all realms, the cosmos' 6 directions, 8 wastelands, only he was supreme. This was a type of great boldness, a type of tremendous pressure that naturally spread outwards, making the 10,000 regions of the heavens tremble. Everything originated from a single person on that throne. His entire body released strand after strand of light. Just now, the scene of all life worshipping and 10,000 clans worshipping was precisely produced by these tens of thousands of strands of multicolored light. One could imagine that this really happened before, and now, it was merely history replaying. He had unmatched might, making all experts of the 10,000 regions worship him. Who was this? There was actually such a boundless aura, it truly could be said to devour 10,000 li, overlooking the boundless cosmos, only he was supreme throughout the endless ages. Yi Fan felt a type of tremendous pressure, as if there were heavenly blades cutting apart his body. He faced this person, wishing to see everything about him clearly. This person didn't move at all, like a boulder, quietly sitting there, looking at him coldly just like that. His figure was extremely indistinct, impossible to see clearly. Undying Heavenly Emperor. Yi Fan stared at him, spitting out these 4 words after a long time. All the signs pointed to the fact that it should be him. Since ancient times, who had such great power and influence? There should be a supreme emperor who ruled the boundless cosmos, revered by all deities. However, this person didn't seem like it, so it shouldn't be him. Yi Fan felt a sense of familiarity from his body, as if they had met before. The heavenly prince he had killed in the past had a bit of this person's shadow. The undying heavenly emperor was an unsurpassable legend among the 10,000 ancient races. During that era, he was the only one respected in the heavens above and the earth below, and all races worshipped him. In the hearts of all races, he was an existence that surpassed deities. I've finally met him, Yi Fan said to himself. After so many years on the path of cultivation and coming into contact with the 10,000 ancient races, calluses were about to form in his ears. The revering of the undying heavenly emperor by the various races could be said to have reached an extreme, lasting for a long time and still being passed down to this day. The heavenly prince's physique was once known to be number one under the heavens, surpassing everyone and incomparable. He had 5-colored divine blood flowing in his body, allowing him to surpass an ordinary person for 100 years. His supreme bloodline and invincible physique had been personally experienced by Yi Fan and the heavenly prince. Even if they were suppressed, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. If not for the fact that his Dao heart was not firm enough and lacked tempering, he would definitely be one of the most terrifying people in the present age. And now, Yi Fan had met the heavenly prince's father, the true source of the unrivaled bloodline, the undying heavenly emperor revered by all races. Although his figure was blurry, it was faintly discernible. One could see that he was very similar to the heavenly prince, but he did not have that kind of childishness, nor did he have that kind of impatience. This person was like an abyss or a mountain, quietly sitting there, causing one's mind to collapse. Rumble. When Yi Fan faced him, the golden blood energy around his body surged, jumping like flames. His expression was firm and his eyes were resplendent. Facing this supreme expert whose name had been passed down through the ages, there was not a trace of fear. Rumble. The undying heavenly emperor stood up, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. 5-colored multicolored light swirled in his eyes. They were extremely realistic, as if they had flesh and blood. He stared at the damaged cauldron above Yi Fan's head, silently looking at it. Then, he closed in step by step. This was a type of tremendous calamity. He was merely walking over, yet the heavens and 10,000 realms seemed to be shaking, and the great Tao of heaven and earth rumbled. He was devouring the sun, moon, and stars. There was a type of incomparably enormous atmosphere. This was truly not like a human, but like an existence that surpassed deities. Yi Fan took action, smashing a fist forward. The golden fist shattered the endless void. No matter who it was, even if the undying heavenly emperor descended and blocked his path, he would still be knocked down from his divine altar. Once one stepped on this path, there was no turning back. There were endless cliffs on both sides, and one could only advance, fighting bloody battles along the way. Corpses would fill up the abyss of the emperor's path and slaughter their way to the peak. With a rumble, the ancient skies shook violently. The two fists collided. Chapter 1391. The golden fist energy exploded like tens of thousands of stars exploding. It was dazzling and terrifying. At this moment, the entire sea of lightning was destroyed, revealing itself in front of everyone. Who is that? The saints were all dumbfounded. They saw majestic palaces appear one after another. They saw two people shattering everything and fighting fiercely. It was as if two deities were fighting. Regardless of whether it was the ordinary people or the great sage, they were all horrified. Even though that person with multicolored eyes was at the Saint King realm, his aura was like that of a supreme deity. His every movement was calm and unruffled. There was an innate grandeur about him that could only be found in the boundless universe. This was a temperament that only those who occupied the supreme deity position could possess. Everyone was trembling. Everyone was scared. Yi Fan was actually still fighting in the final sea of tribulation. He had encountered an extremely powerful opponent. Cracks appeared on Yi Fan's indestructible golden body. White bones could be seen and golden blood could be seen. It was a ghastly sight. Everyone was deeply shaken. What kind of opponent had he encountered? The great sage trembled. Their spiritual senses were a bit sharper. They saw the scene of all races worshipping him. That person was like the Lord of the universe, and even deities had to bow down to him. Could it be the undying heavenly emperor? The bull demon king was shocked. Their mother planet still worshipped this archaic supreme deity. Their hearts were trembling. What? Everyone was dumbfounded as if they had been struck by lightning. This was too inconceivable. It was like a legend. The legendary undying heavenly emperor had appeared in the lightning tribulation. How heaven-defying was this? The heavens clearly wanted to kill the saint physique and not let him pass. This is a deity revered by all races. He actually appeared in the heavenly tribulation. An ancient demonic god said with a trembling voice. The undying heavenly emperor's prestige was too high. He had an extremely profound influence and had never been forgotten since ancient times. Everything related to him was a shocking legend. Heaven-defying. The ancient demon hundred tribulations Daoist sighed. The Tao protector Qi Tian's face turned pale. This was truly terrible news for him. His face alternated between green and white as he clenched his fists. Di Tian, the great demonic god, the human king, and the others were silent. Their eyes flickered as they gazed at the sea of lightning. They had the belief that they were unrivaled, but now they felt a great pressure. The golden fist energy and the multicolored light left as quickly as they came. The chaotic sea of lightning descended in an instant, once again submerging that area. Nothing could be seen. In the outside world, everyone was alarmed. Yi Fan fought the undying heavenly emperor to the point where every drop of his blood was about to be ignited. Many of his bones were broken. Rather than fighting for his life, he was bathed in blood. He finally realized that the heavens were making things difficult for him. Since the beginning of the tribulation until now, he had experienced many tribulations. Even if he possessed the word technique, it was impossible for him to prosper forever. Every time he healed his body, he would have to burn golden life essence. Although it seemed like he had recovered instantly, he was constantly consuming his origin energy. From the start of the war until now, even a deity would not be able to endure it. Especially when encountering the undying heavenly emperor, the ruler of 10,000 races, it was even more dangerous. Yi Fan's powerful will was supporting him. This was because this person was the undying heavenly emperor, the supreme god of the past. He wanted to fight him. Such a person had only been seen since ancient times. It was impossible to meet him after so many years. Now that he had the chance to fight, his golden blood was boiling. If it was anyone else, they would have long since felt apprehensive. But Yi Fan was excited. Even if his body wasn't in its best condition, he would still forcefully stimulate his potential. This battle must be fought to the very end. Yi Fan against the undying heavenly emperor was like a fantasy. But it wasn't that he hadn't thought about it. After killing the heavenly prince, he had such a thought. It was said that this person had attained the supreme god position. Could it be that he would really die in meditation in history? Perhaps one day, he would encounter his backup plan. And now, there was no need to think too much about it. This person had appeared in the heavenly tribulation. He was absolutely unrivaled among those of the same level. There was a lot of golden blood on Yi Fan's body, but the undying heavenly emperor had also paid a great price. 5-colored blood splashed out as the two fought until the sky darkened. Roar! Yi Fan released a long roar, his voice shaking the sea of lightning, startling Pang Bo, who was in another great hall. He suddenly opened his eyes and wanted to rush over to help. Yi Zi, are you alright? Don't worry, encountering a deity from the past is a bit difficult. Don't come over, I'll take care of this battle myself. Yi Fan transmitted sound, not letting Pang Bo approach. This battle was too bitter. Yi Fan's true body was even shattered. White bone fragments flew everywhere, golden blood splashing everywhere. This was an exceptional great enemy. Of course, the undying Heavenly Emperor was also chopped in half at the waist. Indiscriminately destroyed, fighting at the same realm. If the young Great Emperor went all out, even a deity wouldn't be able to stop him. Yi Zi, are you alright? Pang Bo rushed over, forcefully barging into this great hall. He was incomparably worried. He could smell a type of bloody odor, as well as the bitterness of the great battle. Don't come over, I'm fine. Only, I've fought too many battles today, so my body isn't in its best state. It makes me feel a bit regretful. Yi Fan wasn't discouraged. He fought a decisive battle against the undying Heavenly Emperor, slaughtering to the point of madness and excitement. Pang Bo naturally wasn't willing to leave, standing guard in front of the Great Hall. He was extremely worried. Once Yi Fan was in danger, he would rush in and take action regardless of everything. Hong Long. Yi Fan's golden blood rumbled like thunder. His entire body's joints released gabbing sounds. He forcefully gathered his essence energy, allowing himself to advance towards his peak state. Kill. He slaughtered until he went berserk. Another intense collision occurred, and both he and the undying Heavenly Emperor exploded, turning into crushed bones and mush. It was a tragic sight to behold. Yi Zi. Pang Bo cried out in alarm, rushing over. He couldn't hold it in any longer. He couldn't let him continue like this. An ancient scripture sound rang out. Yi Fan's sparkling white bone fragments merged together, and his blood also began to flow in reverse, once again forming an imperishable golden body that flickered with radiance. On the other side, the undying Heavenly Emperor's body also reformed. His eyes were cold, and even though his hair was disheveled, there was a supreme dignity and a terrifying aura. Go to the Demon Imperial Palace, don't stay here. Yi Fan insisted on letting Pang Bo leave. He wanted to fight to the end. Hong. The great battle erupted once again, becoming increasingly intense. Yi Fan was actually becoming more and more courageous as he fought. At this moment, he activated his irregular phenomenon and brandished the 6 Dao reincarnation fist, pressing forward with indomitable will. This battle took a long time and was extremely difficult. Yi Fan won in the end, cleaving the undying Heavenly Emperor in half. His entire body was covered in 5-colored divine blood, shocking everyone. However, he became silent. Because he had fought against so many great emperors, his body was no longer in its best state. How could he become stronger as he fought and kill the undying Heavenly Emperor? Something wasn't right. Suddenly, he raised his head and saw a figure in the depths of the celestial palace. The figure stood in the firmament and looked down on him, causing him to shiver. Undying Heavenly Emperor. How could there be two of them? Yi Fan was shaken. One was cleaved in half by him and had yet to reassemble, so how could another one appear? No, this one originally existed. No, it should be said that it appeared later. It's just that no one paid attention to it. Yi Fan was startled. This body floated in midair and looked down. It was even more dignified and its aura devoured the stars and rivers. The sun and moon in its eyes were destroyed and the entire cosmos was trembling under its feet. This undying Heavenly Emperor was even more powerful. Suddenly, Yi Fan recalled a secret that the sacred prince had heard from his father. Since ancient times, very few people knew about it. The undying Heavenly Emperor was revered by all races. Countless creatures worshipped him, and the pure power of faith actually nurtured a divine embryo. It turned into a god that was exactly the same as him, and its magical power was world-shaking. Later on, the undying heavenly emperor's true body withdrew behind the scenes and used this God to rule over all races. He cultivated in isolation and wouldn't appear unless it was an extremely important moment. Yi Fan was horrified and felt a wave of fear. The undying heavenly emperor was truly too powerful. What he hacked down should have been a God and not his true body. Now, the true body appeared. Chang. A metallic sound that could split apart the universe rang through the air. In the heavens above, a heavenly blade unsheathed on its own from behind that true body. It was incomparably blazing, the sun becoming like a firefly in comparison. In the real world, the true undying heavenly blade still hadn't appeared in the world, unknown where it was. It was a supreme weapon that had received the worship of all races, and now, it appeared in the form of Tao laws and hacked down. Above Yi Fan's head, the damaged cauldron rushed up. 10,000 strands of source energy smashed towards the undying heavenly blade. Hong Long. Blinding light erupted. This place shattered. The undying heavenly imperial palace was destroyed, and everything was destroyed. The chaotic sea of lightning was blasted apart. The people of the outside world only saw golden blood splashing outwards. Apart from this, there was nothing else. A moment later, thunder rumbled, isolating everyone's line of sight once again. Yi Fan's entire body was covered in blood, and many areas of his bones were exposed. The cauldron above his head seemed to have exploded. There were cracks everywhere, as if it would collapse with a single touch. An eighth hole appeared on top. It was shaped like a heavenly blade, flowing with a type of supreme and unmatched aura. It was extremely intimidating. Yi Fan turned around. Even the undying heavenly imperial palace was shattered. That true body entered the chaotic sea of lightning, thus disappearing without a trace, not leaving behind a single aura. Yi Fan felt regret that he wasn't able to fight against the true body. Just now, the great battle in the heavenly palace was too intense. Even if the heavens didn't want to admit it, it was because he already successfully slaughtered his way out. The undying heavenly emperor truly is too powerful. Yi Fan said to himself. This was a fact. This person possessed heaven-warping aptitude, known as a natural-born divine being. There were rumors that he might be someone from the lower realms of immortal domain, and there were even more who said that he was actually a true immortal phoenix, which was why he possessed an undying body. The era he appeared in was extremely ancient. It was difficult to understand, shrouded in layers of mist. It was rumored that he had previously fought against Emperor Zun, daring to contend against him. There were also rumors that he only appeared after Emperor Zun passed away in meditation, leading the rebellion, ultimately ruling over 10,000 races. There were others who said that he was born tens of thousands of years after Emperor Zun passed away. His glorious battle accomplishments were unmatched since ancient times. This person's entire life was shrouded in mist, leaving behind too many secrets. From the attitudes of some ancient emperors towards him, one could see that it was somewhat strange. The monkey's old father, Emperor of Fighting, held the undying heavenly emperor in high esteem when he was young. Even after achieving the Tao, he still held great respect towards his predecessors. However, in his later years, he personally destroyed his Tao field. This was a mystery that had existed since ancient times, and even now, no one knew the answer. Later on, Great Emperor Wuxia forcefully entered Purple Mountain, occupying the undying heavenly emperor's great tomb. However, it was rumored that Purple Mountain had long been empty. In reality, his coffin had already disappeared countless years ago, entering the immortal mansion world of the Central Plains. This was also one of the reasons why people believed that he was an immortal phoenix. It was rumored that after dying for a long time, he was resurrected through nirvanic rebirth. Thus, he moved his coffin away and entered the immortal mansion world, seeking heavenly fate again. In short, this was a supreme expert who was like a mystery. He was revered by all races since ancient times, leaving behind incomparable glory and endless mist. In the end, I still couldn't fight against his true body. That's fine too. When I become stronger, I'll fight again in the lightning tribulation of the great sage. Yi Fan said to himself. On the Emperor's road, he still had a long way to go. He needed to excavate every inch of potential in his flesh. Yi Fan speculated that there wasn't much time left. At most, he could open one more heavenly palace, which was in line with the extreme number of 9. Who would he encounter the last time? He transmitted his voice to Pang Bo. There wasn't much time left. He had to seize the time to comprehend the great Tao fragments contained in the Emperor's blood and refine the Demon Emperor's ancient scripture. He also had to take away the 2 pieces of the immortal ruler. Chapter 1392. The primal chaos surged and lightning interweaved, forming a terrifying ocean. Among them, one grand celestial palace after another stood side by side. There were also many ancient watchtowers. They looked simple and unadorned, grand and imposing. Yi Fan's body was covered in blood. Even with the secret character, his body's condition was terrible. These opponents were all young great emperors. Which one of them wasn't a genius of their generation? Even if he faced one of them, it would be a miracle if he could survive. The celestial palaces were all very grand. The divine tiles on them flowed with a brilliant luster as if they were made of divine gold. They were extremely realistic. They didn't look like they were made of lightning at all. It was as if he was really strolling in the ancient heaven. The stairs were carved with jade and looked like they were made of white marble. The streets were wide and the palaces were shrouded in primal chaos mist. Yi Fan chose a palace. He didn't know who was inside, so his choice was very random. There were no rules to follow. He took large strides forward. This time, the feeling was very special. The palace looked simple, but it had a kind of aura that could suppress the ages. The glazed roof tiles contained grandeur in their plainness, emitting a majestic aura. Yi Fan frowned. He felt that he might have fallen for it again. It couldn't be an ancient like the undying heavenly emperor, right? But he had already taken a step forward, so there was no reason to retreat. The giant door was tall and had all kinds of runes engraved on it. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. It was as if there was a living great emperor sleeping inside, not allowing outsiders to disturb him. As soon as Yi Fan's hand touched the door, he suffered a violent tremor. There was a rumbling sound as if the universe had collapsed. The pressure made him suffocate, and the bones in his body were creaking. Who is this person? He forcefully pushed open the dusty door. Electric arcs shot out, making his palms and fingers drip with blood. Boom! There was a loud sound as if the sky was collapsing inside the door. It was so shocking that one's soul was about to be destroyed. A bright flame formed from the mental energy in front of Yi Fan's forehead throbbed violently. This was a type of grandeur, and even more a type of ancient intent that shook one's heart. It was faintly discernible, as if the heavens and tens of thousands of regions were resonating, and the voices of deities worshipping could be heard. A true dragon danced about, an immortal phoenix spread its wings, a white tiger pounced, a chelan raised its head, all of them rushing out from the great hall, as if they came from the lower realms of immortal domain. Yi Fan was immediately stupefied. Why was this palace so special? For powerful creatures suddenly rushed out, and all of them possessed heaven-defying battle prowess. They were terrifying, filling up the entrance of the palace. The true dragon roared, shaking the 9 heavens. The immortal phoenix underwent nirvana, its bright plume feathers splitting the sky. The white tiger let out a long roar, shattering mountains and rivers. The chelan collided, destroying the stars and sinking the moon. These creatures attacked together, the scene extremely shocking. These were all ancient immortal beasts that couldn't be seen in this world, so why did they all turn into lightning and descend here? Chaotic energy surged. This place was filled with a myriad of phenomena, auspicious energy swirling about. 4 spirits appeared at the same time, releasing tens of thousands of zhang of auspicious light, surrounding this place. It was as if a celestial emperor was patrolling the lower realm, the four spirits protecting the four directions. This was like a legend. Anyone who saw it would be shocked. Kill! Yi Fan shouted loudly. He didn't believe these were immortal spirits at all, at most they were just imprints. Immortals didn't exist in this world, so there was no way they could find any traces of them here. He immediately attacked, using all types of secret techniques to fight fiercely against the four spirits. The scene was extremely terrifying and bloody. Origin magnetic immortal light shot out, streak after streak of auspicious energy, able to make one's soul resonate until it was shattered. It tangled with the true dragon, stirring up heavenly winds, tearing apart the universe. 5 elements divine light turned into 5 precious swords, arranged behind Yi Fan, clashing with that immortal phoenix. Keng-chong sounds rang through the air, bright phoenix feathers falling, phoenix blood shocking the heavens. 6 Dao reincarnation fist, pressing forward courageously. Yi Fan's golden fist collided continuously with that white tiger. Tiger roars reached into the heavens, both sides releasing brilliant and dazzling light. This was a great battle. Yi Fan used everything he had to fight fiercely against these creatures. This was the first time he encountered creatures outside of great emperors in the Sea of Lightning. It really was an accident. He actually encountered these creatures after pushing open the great gates of this grand heavenly palace. They were different from before, as if they were immortal beasts protecting the ancient watchtower. In this battle, Yi Fan encountered great trouble. These weren't the only 4 types of creatures in the heavenly palace. When the great battle reached its end, the black tortoise, flying serpent, and Kuan Peng also appeared, all of them throwing themselves over, terrifying beyond compare. The scene was astonishing, making one suspect that they had arrived in a legendary era. They saw powerful ancient beasts one after another, fighting continuously, the aura of desolation assaulting their faces. Moreover, at this moment, all of the ancient symbols on the giant gates shone, turning into streaks of void figures. There were ancient natives, as well as prehistoric creatures, all of them appearing together, charging over. At the same time, there were heavenly soldiers and generals slaughtering their way over from within the palace. Even if Yi Fan's entire body was made of iron, how many nails could he crush? In an instant, golden blood splashed out, and he suffered serious injuries. He immediately knew who the person on the central throne was. Such great power, swallowing the cosmos, in that ancient era, it should only be him. Venerable Emperor. Apart from him, it was really difficult to imagine who else could establish the ancient heaven, rule over all regions, issue laws, and be respected by all deities. This was a person who was both divine and illusory. Yi Fan fiercely charged into the palace. Fortunately, the countless armies only attacked for a while, and then retreated like a tide. Otherwise, just the true dragon, immortal phoenix, white tiger, Kuan Peng, and others were exceptionally terrifying. If the geniuses of a generation were surrounded by them, they would have to bear a grudge for a long time. Only venerable emperors could have such a grand display, respected throughout the ages. Otherwise, how could there be such ancient creatures protecting the palace? People couldn't help but sigh, venerable emperors were supreme. Blood dripped from Yi Fan's body as he passed through the human wall of heavenly soldiers and generals. Behind him, the figures slowly became illusory, until they disappeared. In the deepest part of the palace, there seemed to be a person sitting, but it also seemed like there was nothing there. It was a blur, and even the void was distorted. Yi Fan walked forward, his feet leaving 2 golden bloody marks on the ground. He tried his best to empty his body and mind. Next, he was afraid that there would be an unprecedented fierce battle. Right now, his body's condition wasn't very good, but for the myriad chi cauldron, he had to persevere. He was very clear that this kind of battle would be beneficial to his cauldron. After colliding with the other emperor weapons, it would be rebuilt after being destroyed, and it would be even better than before. Nearing the center of the palace, there seemed to be a huge mountain lying on the throne, and the pressure made people feel suffocated. A supreme aura covered the sky and earth, surging towards Yifan, as if there was a supreme deity overlooking the common people. Yifan's expression suddenly changed. This person was too powerful, suppressing the heavens and realms. Since ancient times, he was the only one, and people couldn't help but want to serve him. At the bottom of the stairs, all the deities were kowtowing, full of reverence, and no one dared to raise their heads. No one could see the figure on the throne at the center. Some deities were shining, some were standing in the darkness, some were flowing with immortal mist, and some were swallowing light. All of them were incomparably mystical, sacred, auspicious, and dark. All of them were worshipping this person. All the deities from the heavens and realms had come to have an audience, and they all respected one emperor. He was the venerable emperor, and his aura was even stronger than the undying heavenly emperors. Heaven and earth, ghosts and deities all worshipped the venerable emperor. Faintly discernible, there seemed to be such a sentence reverberating. It came from the age of legends, and it was vast and mighty until now. Yifan's heart sank, and he prepared for the worst. Such an opponent would definitely be extremely terrifying. He might fall here, and his blood would splatter on the imperial palace. It was hard to say who was stronger or weaker among the ancient great emperors, because they had never met before, and had never engaged in a battle of emperors. However, the venerable emperor might be a special one. All the signs indicated that there might be more than one great emperor in that era, or that the eras of several great emperors were very close together, as if they were connected. The sonorous voice of the great Tao resounded, and the entire palace was filled with the sound of scriptures. The celestial soldiers and generals faded away, turning into runes that sank into the walls, and the thick dragon pillars, turning into marks. Moreover, the true dragon, immortal phoenix, white tiger, Kuanpang, and the other great immortal beasts also disappeared, returning to the laws of the Sea of Thunder. In the end, the deities that were worshipping here disappeared one by one, merging into the Sea of Thunder. Yifan's eyes didn't blink, and he was staring at the distorted spacetime from beginning to end, staring at the blurry throne. When he got closer, he was shocked to find that it was empty. The venerable emperor wasn't here, and he hadn't appeared since the beginning. In the distorted space, there was only a huge cauldron lying on the throne. It was the cauldron that was emitting an aura that looked down on the heavens and realms, and there was no sign of the venerable emperor. Empty, it's actually empty. Yifan was stunned, and he was under great pressure. He approached the throne and observed the ancient cauldron from a close distance. There was really no one there, and the venerable emperor hadn't appeared. Had the Tao marks of the venerable emperor not been carved in this world? Yifan was suspicious. It wasn't just this time. When he became a saint, he also entered a huge palace and saw the cauldron of all things, but not the venerable emperor. On the throne, a green ancient cauldron floated up, swallowing the sun, moon, and stars, and was the only one throughout the ages. The walls of the cauldron were carved with thousands of spirits, and there were scenes of the creation of heaven and earth, and there was a supreme aura. This result surprised Yifan. He hadn't fought with the venerable emperor until now. Could it be that he had been completely obliterated by the heaven and earth, and his Tao marks would never appear again? Yifan heaved a sigh of relief, but he also felt a sense of regret. Suddenly, the green cauldron shook, and a majestic pressure came crashing forward. Yifan activated the cauldron, and the source qi of all things fell down, taking on the strongest attack. With a metallic crack, the cauldron wall was penetrated, and a cauldron-shaped hole appeared. Then, the green cauldron came crashing again, and the immortal phoenix, primitive ancestors, and chaotic deities fell down, including all living beings. With a rumble, the entire heavenly palace collapsed. Yifan and the source qi cauldron worked together to resist the supreme immortal weapon of the ancient heaven. This was a great collapse, and the entire heavenly tribulation began to collapse. It was like a prehistoric disaster, destroying all living beings and sweeping through the entire star field. In the outside world, the heroes were all shocked, and they all retreated, not daring to approach even half a step. They watched everything in horror. "Yi, are you okay?" Pang Bo shouted. The imperial palace was destroyed, and Yi Fan was floating in the chaotic sea of lightning like a corpse. The secret character of swordsman operated on its own, and his bones and blood were reconstructed. Just now, he was actually shaken into pieces, but the green cauldron also dissipated, never to appear again. As for his cauldron, it had become a pile of fragments, completely deformed, and didn't look like a weapon at all. "I'm fine." Yi Fan wiped away the bloodstain at the corner of his lips, and he stood up. As far as the eye could see, all of the heavenly palaces were slowly disappearing, hiding in the sea of lightning. He didn't say a word, and he sat cross-legged in the sea of primal chaos, chanting immortal scriptures. He began to reforge the cauldron, accepting the baptism of lightning. He used the heavenly tribulation as the fire, and the primal chaos as the water to smelt the fragments of the cauldron. This place immediately erupted with multicolored light, and immortal energy surged. All types of chanting sounds rang out, and a great cauldron took form. All types of creatures appeared on the cauldron walls, as if they had life and were about to revive. He carved the ancient characters from the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, making the deities within the cauldron sparkling and translucent. They were reborn from the flames, and the cauldron became even more ancient and imposing, possessing an aura that could suppress heaven and earth. Chapter 1393. The deity in the cauldron sat there, its entire body sparkling and translucent. It was reborn through flames. Even though it was blasted to pieces in the continuous battle with the Emperor weapons, it had already recovered. It chanted scriptures from its mouth, ancient characters engraved on the cauldron walls one after another, making this cauldron more and more mysterious. Unknown divine chains of order interweaved, possessing a type of immortal Tao energy, making the cauldron even more majestic. Yi Fan obtained the scriptures from the copper coffin pulled by the 9 dragons, but he still couldn't comprehend them. They didn't seem like the scriptures of this world at all, not connected at all, not considered a method. Now, the greatest use of the scriptures was to forge the cauldron. All of the ancient characters were refined within the cauldron, cast 10,000 times. The deity in the cauldron silently chanted every day, multicolored light nourishing this cauldron like water. Right now, the heavenly tribulation was aflame, tempering the cauldron walls, carving diagrams one after another. Immortal birds and auspicious beasts, flowers, birds, fish, bugs, endless stellar streams, innate deities, everything that should be there was there, covering everything. Lightning radiance flickered about, radiance endless. The imprints carved on the cauldron were clear and deep, as if 10,000 spirits were going to break through the walls. There was a type of life fluctuation, as if it was bestowed with a soul. Yi Fan used primal chaos as water, carrying out cooling and nourishment, pouring it into the cauldron, tempering it again and again, sharpening it into an extremely sturdy cauldron. It rose and fell, simple and unadorned. Pang! In the end, Yi Fan risked all of his cultivation, working together with the deity in the cauldron. They shattered the cauldron together, reforging it. This was true tempering, not the slightest bit of trickery. Tao laws and all types of diagrams were carved, as long as there was the slightest flaw, it wouldn't be considered a pass. He wanted to forge the most powerful cauldron, melt it in the sea of primal chaos, refine it under the heavenly tribulation, merge with the primal chaos, extract the innate Tao flame, turn it into a furnace, forge it into a Tao weapon. This was Yi Fan's only artifact, one that would accompany him his entire life, not the slightest bit of carelessness. In the future, regardless of whether he achieved the Tao or not, this cauldron would advance step by step, not falling behind others. Dragon and tiger complemented each other, primal chaos poured, lightning radiance tempered. The great cauldron became more and more ancient, releasing rumbling sounds on its own. This was the sound of the great Tao, resonating with the heavens. Strand after strand of Tao markings appeared on its surface. Then, a dragon cry sounded. A true dragon rushed out, leaping into the heavens from within the cauldron, shaking the 9 heavens. Then, a phoenix cry sounded. A divine bird with brightly colored wings and colorful plume feathers appeared. It spread its wings and cried, rushing into the sky from the cauldron, tearing apart the skies. Then, an ancient natives walked out, merging with the Tao, returning to the natural state. He was shockingly powerful, ascending the path of heaven step by step, stepping into the cosmos. Next was a mixed peng that rushed into the heavens. Its entire body seemed to be forged from gold, resplendent and dazzling. It rose 90,000 li into the air, making the cosmos rumble with thunder, shocking everyone in the outside world. A total of 9 types of creatures appeared one after another, rushing out, revealing magical bodies. Their might overflowed into the heavens, making the entire sea of primal chaos surge. Yi Fan's cauldron was completed. On the cauldron's walls, there were tens of thousands of living beings, countless of them. Right now, only a few representatives emerged from the walls, far from all of them. In the outside world, everyone felt wave after wave of powerful auras. They saw immortal beasts rush out, the ancient ancestors' might overflowing into the heavens, looking down on all directions. However, no one knew what that was, thinking that it was a part of the heavenly tribulation. They were all stupefied, feeling that this was unimaginable, becoming even more confused towards this. In the sea of primal chaos, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Yi Fan's cauldron was completely perfected, reaching the Holy King realm just like him. The two were synchronized, having a type of flesh and blood feeling. Hong Long. In the end, the simple and ancient great cauldron began to devour the heavens. The true dragon, ancient natives, Kuan-Peng, immortal phoenix, and others were all collected back, engraving themselves on the cauldron's walls. They truly coiled about, the scene magnificent. Moreover, at this moment, he began to devour heaven and earth's spiritual essence, absorbing all of the sun, moon, and stars in the cosmos to replenish his divine might. Outside the lightning sea, heaven and earth immediately became dim, as if the end of the world had arrived. All types of radiance and spiritual essence entered the heavenly tribulation, completely devoured. At the same time, Yi Fan's body released pai-pa sounds, all of his joints trembling, his flesh also moving rhythmically. His entire body released wang-wang sounds, recovering his injured body. The essence of heaven and earth, the radiance of the sun and moon scattered down. Apart from entering the cauldron, it also poured down on his body, cleansing every inch of his body, allowing him to recover his vitality. Yi Fan suffered extremely serious injuries in this battle. All types of lightning tribulation formed great emperors almost destroyed his source. Now, he finally released a breath of relief, starting to recover. After the great emperor formed from human lightning disappeared, everything else was no longer a problem. Later on, a fist-sized little golden figure walked out from his forehead, opening its mouth and sucking in, almost completely devouring the sea of lightning. The lightning radiance that filled the sky poured into the cauldron, Yi Fan's body, and the golden little figure's body, becoming a type of innate essence, turning into divine might to replenish them. Yi Fan's flesh was moving rhythmically, his bones were trembling, like an immortal tune, crackling incessantly. Moving blood to create a god, reconstructing the divine body, making him even more powerful. His vitality was quickly replenished, his source gradually becoming abundant, and the cauldron above his head also naturally became vigorous, condensing into one with him. Later on, the primal chaos energy was also swallowed by Yi Fan and the cauldron, continuously being absorbed. His entire body shone, releasing an immortal power. At the Saint King realm, one could refine all types of power source, no need to worry about exhausting divine might anywhere in the void of the universe, because one could absorb the void, primal chaos, stars, and many other types of divine might. Yi Fan's entire body shone, strand after strand of immortal multicolored light shot out, becoming a luminous body, and the cauldron was no longer simple and unadorned, erupting with a ball of blazing immortal light, the scene astonishing. In the outside world, people didn't understand what was going on, only feeling that something was wrong. All types of divine might gathered there, as if there was a cosmic black hole devouring everything, entering the sea of lightning. What happened? It's like there's a legendary heaven-devouring beast devouring the heavens and earth. The hearts of the saints trembled. All types of starlight scattered over, forming a vast expanse, forming a silver sea that gathered within the sea of lightning. Also, at this moment, the heavenly tribulation was disappearing, the primal chaos was shrinking. Yifan's entire body was sparkling and translucent, untainted by even a speck of dust. After recuperating his injured body, his qi and blood were flourishing, and a resplendent golden light shot out from the crown of his head, piercing through the cosmos while the cauldron floated within the golden light. With a swoosh, he opened his eyes. His eyes were as resplendent as the Milky Way, within them there were star domains and the myriad phenomena of the world, causing people to feel reverence. His bronze-colored body was slender and strong, flowing with the unique luster of the imperishable golden body. His long black hair was thick, draping over his chest and back. He suddenly stood up. Qi. Before his forehead, that golden little person hugged the shrunken cauldron and took a step back into his immortal platform. His entire person became the only existence in this world, like a divine being. Everywhere his gaze passed by, the void collapsed, the primal chaos spread out, and the heavenly tribulation was destroyed. At this moment, he was powerful to the extreme, truly advancing to the Saint King realm, his aura devouring mountains and rivers. Yi Zi, you finally succeeded. Pang Bo let out a long breath, his eyes flickering. He had always been nervously guarding at the side. He had a stocky back and a bear's waist, almost 3 meters tall, like an iron tower, and his muscles were like horned dragons. In his hands, there were 2 sections of the immortal ruler, flowing with a green-gold luster. It was no longer restless, and had long since calmed down. Other than that, there was a broken cauldron in the void, mottled with green rust. Pang Bo had a great fortune in the Demon Emperor Palace, obtaining a great Tao fragment from the Emperor's blood. It contained a portion of the true meaning of the Demon Emperor ancient scripture and was priceless. Naturally, the greatest harvest was still the immortal ruler. This was 2/5 of an extreme Tao Emperor weapon. If it could be restored, it would cause everyone on the human ancient road to go crazy. Now, us brothers will join hands and go out. Let's see who dares to provoke us and bully us, we'll suppress them all. Pang Bo had never been someone who was afraid of trouble, and his heroic spirit soared to the heavens. Yifan put away the green copper cauldron, a smile appearing on his face. Now that he had reached the Saint King realm, he could go anywhere on the ancient road, and there was no need to worry about anything. Pang Bo said, "What D Tian, what great demonic god, wait until us 2 brothers advance a few more minor realms, we'll suppress them all and capture them to be servants. Also, that fairy Xianxia and the human king aren't bad, we might as well capture them as maids. They'll be pleasing to the eye." He spoke without restraint, his divine voice shaking the universe. The people in the outside world heard it clearly, and they were all dumbfounded. D Tian and the great demonic god's expressions were cold when they heard this. Their bodies didn't move at all, and they didn't say anything. However, it seemed that they didn't really like Pang Bo. Meanwhile, Fairy Xianxia and the human king were also very calm, appearing very calm, and didn't pay him any attention. On the other hand, the 2 little girls beside them staggered when they heard this, almost falling down and grinding their teeth. The heavenly tribulation was about to disappear, but at the last moment, it suddenly became violent like the final radiance of a setting sun. Yifan discussed with Pang Bo, and then transmitted his voice to the green phoenix Daoist. He rushed toward the demonic emperor's tomb with the boundless sea of lightning, wanting to destroy the Yin deities there. Rumble. Without a doubt, this sudden unforeseen event shocked everyone. The heavenly tribulation was moving, as fast as lightning, rushing toward the depths of the universe. Along the way, there was an army of Yin spirits that had followed the saints here, and they had also been watching Yifan's heavenly tribulation from afar. At this moment, they were scared out of their wits, and they turned to flee. They were creatures born from Yin Qi, and were most afraid of this kind of extreme yang lightning. Once they were swept by it, they would die without a doubt. The sovereign blood disappeared in the direction of the demonic emperor's tomb, and I didn't dare to collect it. If we go over like this, will we strike the demonic emperor's corpse out? Pang Bo muttered in a low voice. Yi Fan said, I suspect that something happened in the tomb. Why would there be sovereign blood flowing out? This time, I borrowed the power of the heavenly tribulation to disperse the Yin spirits and explore the demonic emperor's tomb. The Yin spirits fled, and even the great Yin deities retreated in panic. They were extremely powerful, and could compete with the great sage. Each of them looked like a thunder god, with a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks, and their bodies were covered in golden fur, but they were afraid of lightning. Everyone, what are you waiting for? Take this opportunity to enter the demonic emperor's tomb and see the emperor's corpse, the human Tao protector said, and led the army forward, rushing into the magnificent mountains and rivers. The ancient tomb was like a world, with rivers, mountains, lakes, and seas, vast and boundless. The location of the true emperor's cave had already been probed. The reason why the great sage retreated was because the Yin deities led an army to kill their way out, blocking the path ahead. Rumble. At the final moment when the heavenly tribulation was about to disappear, the final radiance of a setting sun struck Yi Fan's body, and Pang Bo's expression changed. If not for great Emperor Wu Shi's heaven-deceiving formation patterns, his bones and blood would have definitely splashed out. With a Wenglong sound, majestic Emperor Qi appeared in front of them. A pitch-black dragon cave trembled violently, and a dragon rushed out. That was a snow-white true dragon, and it possessed the aura of a supreme being. Everyone trembled in fear, and all the saints were trembling with fear. The great sage who rushed at the very front directly knelt down, all of their faces pale. This dragon possessed the might of an ancient great emperor. This is a demonic emperor. He obtained Tao from a snow rabbit, and after continuously refining his essence blood, he evolved into a silver true dragon. Yi Fan had long since shifted outwards, retreating several dozen li. At this time, the heavenly tribulation disappeared. He stood at the back, opened his heavenly eye, and carefully observed. This was a silver dragon, and it truly had the aura of a great emperor. Moreover, it was made of flesh and blood, and not an illusory shadow. It was simply shocking. I can see the corpse of a great emperor. Yi Fan was astonished. If nothing unexpected happened, this might very well be the corpse of a true demonic emperor. But now, he rushed out, and he emitted a life aura that made all living beings tremble. Pooh! A few saints were too close, and originally wanted to seize the opportunity to rush into the emperor's cave. At this time, under the aura of a great emperor, they directly exploded, and the saints' bones and blood splattered everywhere. To be able to see the emperor's corpse, it's an eternally fortunate event. No, the demonic emperor, he might still be alive. The ancient demon 100 Tribulations Daoist spoke incoherently, and was extremely excited. The demonic emperor didn't die. Everyone was stunned, and then their bodies went cold. A demonic emperor of a generation had fallen on the path to immortality, and had left behind too many mysteries. Today, they finally saw it. Was it his corpse, or his true dragon that would enter the immortal domain? Chapter 1394. The pitch-black dragon cave was at the edge of a precipice. Ancient medicine kings that had lived for more than 100,000 years grew at the entrance of the cave. There was more than a single stalk, releasing an astonishing fragrance. Moreover, there were a few withered plants. It was clear that they had been here for too long, turning into a medicinal paste that rotted on the ground. Meanwhile, the seeds became ancient medicine kings. A silver dragon stretched across, as if it was a continuous stretch of snowy mountain range. It was boundlessly grand, its majestic head raised high. The enormous pair of horns flowed with sparkling light, its scales translucent and dazzling, its cries shaking the 9 heavens. Is this real? Everyone trembled, not daring to believe this reality. A true dragon appeared in this world. This was like something out of a fantasy story. The aura of an ancient great emperor pervaded the air, intimidating the endless heavens. Large amounts of ancient saints knelt down, involuntarily paying their respects. This was a type of soul throbbing, kowtowing forward. Everyone's legs went soft, unable to stand still at all. Moreover, the cultivators that approached the precipice all had their bodies split apart, their bones broken, turning into a bloody paste. This was the pressure of an ancient great emperor, something not even saints could endure. It was like ants looking up at a giant dragon, a swan and eye forcefully challenging the heavens. The difference was too great. Yifan's entire body released green and sparkling light. The damaged ancient heaven's divine artifact revived, resisting on its own. He pulled Pang Bo up, and then retreated, instantly arriving several hundred li away. Most people couldn't avoid this. No matter how powerful they were, as long as they approached this pitch-black dragon cave, they wouldn't be able to endure this type of pressure, their bones breaking and tendons snapping. Ancient demon emperor, supreme being of a generation, we have no intention of offending you. We will respectfully kowtow here. The great sage were no exception, kneeling on the ground. Not a single one of them could resist even a strand of aura seeping out from this silver dragon. It left everyone horrified. This was the difference between heaven and earth. The silver true dragon raised its head, rushing into the 9 heavens. It circled about, and then it descended. It was like an unmatched deity, its entire body releasing silver splendor, suppressing past, present, and future. It possessed ocean-like vitality, blood energy covering heaven and earth, making all life tremble. Now, no one doubted anything. This was definitely an emperor-level existence. Even the stone man that was half a step into the quasi-emperor realm knelt down, trembling there. This was enough to explain everything. With a honglong sound, that cliff split apart. Half of the mountain collapsed, falling into the endless abyss below. Draconic energy surged. Beside the pitch-black dragon cave, several dozen medicine king stalks swayed about. Specks of radiance flickered about, and a fragrance that made one feel as if they were going to ascend into the heavens filled the air. The eyes of all the saint emperors stared blankly, but no one dared to act recklessly. Before an ancient emperor, even a quasi-emperor would be incomparably weak. However, the shocking changes still continued. Even the dragon cave was split open, and a few stalks of king medicines fell off along with the rocks, falling into the abyss and wasting away. Everyone was stunned. Was the demon emperor angry? Even the dragon's lair had been destroyed. Was he going to slaughter everyone here? Not to mention them, even if all the cultivators of the myriad realms came, they would still die. Everyone's scalps went numb. Several tens of thousands of years had passed. How could a demon emperor appear again? They all said that he fell on the path of immortality, but what exactly was the result? This was clearly a true dragon, a true great emperor. It reappeared in this world, leaving everyone's souls greatly shaken, as if they were dreaming. Even the great sage was stupefied. Pfft! A saint king exploded into pieces. Fresh blood and bone fragments flew everywhere. It was a ghastly sight, all because he was too close to the dragon's lair. This made everyone tremble in fear, and all the hair on their bodies stood on end. Yifan retreated quickly enough, but even though he was hundreds of miles away, he still felt a kind of pressure. If it wasn't for the green copper cauldron's radiance, if he forced himself not to kneel, his knees would most likely have shattered. Pang Bo's entire body was trembling. He forcefully grasped the demon emperor ruler, and the 2 pieces of the ruler emitted immortal splendor in his palms. A large expanse of radiance sprinkled down, finally allowing him to stand still and not kneel. Too powerful. Is this an ancient emperor? Just a wisp of his aura is already unbearable, and even the great sage has to kneel. How terrifying would he be if he truly attacked? I think he can destroy this cosmos. Pang Bo was trembling. The two of them came from the other side of the starry sky. Even though they had cultivated for many years, there were still some deep-rooted thoughts in their minds that were difficult to change. However, the two of them seriously pondered over it, and then understood. What had they not seen before? After experiencing so much, they were only temporarily stunned. Greetings, Demon Emperor. The 100 Tribulations Daoist was so excited that his body was trembling. He kowtowed step by step, a form of heartfelt respect. In the sky, the silver dragon scales were sparkling and translucent, overflowing with brilliant colors. In its eyes, there were all kinds of terrifying scenes of the cosmos evolving. It clearly had a powerful life fluctuation, but it turned a deaf ear to the 100 Tribulations Daoist's words. It coiled in the sky, looking down at the vast cosmos in a daze. No, this isn't the Demon Emperor. It has long lost its soul. This is the Emperor's corpse, the body of a great emperor with a partial imprint. Suddenly, the Green Phoenix Daoist shouted. Although he was old and clumsy, and was about to pass away, his turbid eyes shot out two beams of light as he saw through this silver dragon. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their bodies were all shivering. This wasn't a great emperor, but a corpse that had developed spiritual awareness? There was nothing more terrifying than this. Hundreds of miles away, Yifan and Pang Bo looked at each other. They also felt a chill in their bodies. As expected, there was no way to estimate an ancient great emperor. It was just a corpse, but it was already unbearable. Quick, kill the people of the underworld and drive them away from this place. Don't let them get close, a human Dao protector shouted. The Master God of Gods organization had already taken action. He attacked the black-robed demon god with the fiercest attack. Before entering this place, the great sage had been on guard against the people of the underworld, afraid that they would do something heaven-defying. Hee, the black-robed great sage of the underworld laughed eerily. With a clear whistle, over 10,000 ghost soldiers surrounded them, all of them brimming with corpse energy. Suppress them all. The Green Phoenix Daoist shouted. The Stone Man, Demon Bull, and the other evil gods were also shocked. They blocked the ghost soldiers together. It was said that ghost soldiers were fatal to corpses. Once they got close, they would be assimilated. If an emperor's corpse were to enter the underworld, it would be unimaginable. In the blink of an eye, this place became Azura hell. Even if there were over 10,000 ghost soldiers, it wouldn't be enough. Once the great sage attacked, everything would turn into smoke, and ashes would scatter across the universe. However, there were many guests from the underworld. The Een drum beat, and Azura hell appeared. Large white bone ships and many Een palaces appeared in the void, and more ghost soldiers descended. 100,000 ghost soldiers. All of them were powerful, and they were all chosen from the Een tomb ancient land of the various ancient star regions. When they were gathered together, this was a power that could make the universe tremble. They weren't throwing their lives away, and they didn't attack the great sage. Instead, they sat cross-legged in the void and chanted. This was the corpse summoning scripture of the underworld, and they wanted to turn the emperor's corpse into one of them. No! Everyone cried out. If the demon emperor's body really fell into their hands, it would be unimaginable. The universe would change greatly. Retreat. The Green Phoenix Daoist suddenly gave such an order at this critical moment. Beside him, the 100 Tribulations Daoist stood side by side, his expression dark and gloomy. It was obvious that he hated the underworld's plan. This was the demon emperor that he respected the most, and he couldn't allow any blasphemy. Seeing this, the bull demon king, the stone man, and the evil god also retreated. They didn't fight with the great sage of the underworld. Only the main gods of God's organization were fighting there. An ancient bronze coffin flew over from the depths of the universe. It was mottled with green rust, as if it had existed for millions of years. The coffin's lid suddenly opened, and the sound of chanting could be heard, and all kinds of radiance shot out. It was approaching, wanting to summon the Emperor's corpse. Are we really not going to stop it? The Bull Demon King was anxious. If the underworld really obtained this silver dragon, it would definitely be a catastrophe. Wait and see. This was all the Green Phoenix Daoist said. He had great prestige on the ancient road. Even if the Demon Emperor is dead, not just anyone can touch him, not even the people of the underworld. The 100 Tribulations Daoist sneered. Boom! The main god of gods organization flew away on his cauldron, leaving only the army of the underworld and the chanting of scriptures. The ancient coffin and the black-robed god sat cross-legged in the void, summoning the Emperor's corpse. The 100,000 celestial soldiers were emitting yin qi, and the souls of some of the saints who were close to this place were directly dispersed, leaving behind an empty shell. This was the formation of the underworld, and it could trap and kill the great sage. It was strange and terrifying, and ordinary people couldn't get close. Otherwise, they would be killed and their souls captured by the malicious spirits. Pfft! Suddenly, the body of the black-robed god split open, and black blood appeared all over. His whole body trembled, and then his body suddenly exploded. Following that, the ancient coffin also shook violently, and the chanting stopped abruptly. It exploded in the void, and metal fragments shot in all directions. Then, the 100,000 nether soldiers were turned to ashes, as if a god had slapped them, turning them into dust in an instant. They were removed from the world, no longer existing. The great sage of the underworld was like a chicken or a dog, exploding himself in the process of summoning the corpse. How terrifying was this scene? He hadn't truly come into contact, and he only wanted to use the 100,000 celestial soldiers as a medium. He was far enough away, but in the end, he still suffered a backlash, and his body and soul were destroyed. Hong Long. The dragon cave emitted an ancient aura, mysterious and unfathomable. At this time, it completely split open, and strands of draconic energy rushed in all directions. Meanwhile, the medicine king growing at the cave entrance fell into the abyss below the precipice. This place was about to be destroyed. The entire demon emperor's tomb was cracking, and under the rumbling sounds, the mountains and rivers collapsed. The majestic emperor's tomb floating in the universe was collapsing, no longer existing. The saints' hearts were all dripping blood. Beside the demon emperor's cave, there were dozens of medicine king plants, and all of them fell into the abyss. As for what kind of heaven-defying immortal items there were in the cave, it was unknown, but they could only watch helplessly. A silver-colored true dragon lay there, blocking everything. Even the underworld's great sage and the 100,000 powerful nether soldiers were destroyed. How could they not be alarmed? No one dared to take half a step forward. Boom! Suddenly, the silver-colored true dragon in the sky also collapsed. Its scales disappeared, and its life force was boundless. It turned into a pool of emperor blood, revealing its origin. This isn't a complete emperor corpse, but rather a pool of blood. However, it is different from the masses, and the demon emperor's inextinguishable will was left within, protecting this place. The 100 Tribulations Daoist cried out in alarm. He felt an emotional fluctuation, and he felt as if he was experiencing it himself. The great tomb broke apart, and the abyss also split apart. The demon emperor's cave on the precipice split apart, and everything was revealed. There was a jade case there that was less than a foot long. It was sparkling and translucent, its color not fading even after millions of years. Divine splendor flowed about. Everyone was moved, and they couldn't hold it back anymore. The emperor corpse was no longer there, and it turned into a pool of blood again. The saints couldn't help but throw themselves over, wishing to seize this final treasure. Without a doubt, this was what the demon emperor cared about the most. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accompanied it, never separating from life to death. However, that pool of blood contained a will. It turned into sparkling light and moved forward, wrapping around the foot-long jade case. It wasn't willing to separate, protecting that place. Everyone immediately stopped, not daring to move recklessly. Let's get the medicine king first. The saints moved, searching for the several dozen stalks of ancient medicine kings that fell down from the cracks of the abyss. Kacha. Suddenly, the jade case cracked apart, releasing a gentle light. Everyone's minds immediately trembled. A withered flower was revealed, lacking the slightest bit of luster. It had long withered, but after the demon emperor's methods, it didn't turn into dust, preserved in its original state. Everyone could see that this flower wasn't a divine medicine, nor was it a strange ancient grass. It didn't have the slightest bit of value, yet it was preserved by the demon emperor until now. This was his most beloved artifact. Scenes appeared one after another, scenes of the past. Are we really going to leave? By the lakeside, a delicate young lady said softly, her face full of reluctance. She looked hopefully at a man in white clothes purer than snow, wishing for him to stay behind. I want to become strong, become unmatched under the heavens. The white-clothed youngster was heroic and full of confidence. His eyes were sparkling, flickering with a brilliance that could make the sun and moon lose color. He wanted to walk on the starry sky ancient path, embark on an unmatched journey, become the only one in this world, defeat all young supreme beings, and stand at the peak of unmatched power. He was in such high spirits, not noticing the sadness in the young lady's eyes. He didn't look back, stepping on the heavenly path, wishing to realize his own dreams. Will you still come back, will you, come see me again? The young lady's eyes were filled with tears, shouting from behind, full of reluctance. The white-clothed male turned around and laughed loudly, making even the sun and moon in the sky dim. He was full of confidence, saying, "Of course, when I become an emperor, I will make the entire world's brilliance surround your body." After speaking, he rushed back to the great earth, plucking a wild flower from a cliff, handing it to the young lady. Then, without even turning his head back, he rushed into outer space, stepping on the heavenly path. "I will wait for you, don't forget me, you have to come back." The young lady shed tears, shouting from the great earth, waving her hands with all her might. Shui Yuqing fought on the emperor's path, going to ancient star domains one after another, fighting against outstanding heroes, fighting for who knew how many years, tempering himself. There was blood, there was pain, but there were also successes. He fought his way through the ancient path, rarely encountering an opponent, defeating many peerless great enemies. His brilliance illuminated the starry path, and in the end, he even fought against some of the most powerful ancient stars. During this period of time, he was surrounded by enemies all over the world, suffering the most terrifying pursuit. The great ancient star domains all surrounded him, and the emperor's path was just this cruel. He had no way to see his old friends, no way to turn back. He could only fight a bloody path, slaughtering his way out. In the end, he became an emperor, sweeping through all powerful enemies, becoming the sole ruler under the heavens. His brilliance was boundless, shaking the past and present, no one in the 9 heavens 10 earths could contend against him. He did it, truly becoming an emperor, becoming unrivaled under the heavens. He was revered as the demon emperor by the myriad realms, destined to be recorded in the history of cultivation, becoming an unreachable existence from ancient times until now. Shui Yuqing followed the path he had taken before, heading towards the ancient demon planet, embarking on his return journey. However, what awaited him was no longer that young lady, only a few old demons with one foot in the grave. The young lady passed away, leaving 500 years ago, her bones buried in the place where they parted, never to appear again. Shui Yuqing was greatly sorrowful, roaring towards the heavens. The universe collapsed, the aura of a great emperor engulfed everything, almost destroying the boundless universe. Borrow from the heavens for 500 years. This was his great roar, nothing could be changed. The few old demons told him that there was a problem with the young lady's cultivation, transforming into the Tao and dying, not even leaving behind a body. When she turned into a rain of light, her face was filled with tears, muttering his name. Shui Yuqing roared in sorrow. He was a great emperor, unrivaled under the heavens, unrivaled throughout the ages. However, he couldn't change anything, he couldn't save that girl, he missed this chance in life. The delicate young lady transformed into the Tao, disappearing into the distance with the rain of light, only leaving behind a bouquet of flowers, precisely the one he gave her when he left back then, now long withered and withering. Within the cracked emperor tomb, everyone was stunned, finally understanding why the demon emperor of a generation only had a withered bouquet of flowers at his side. In his heart, this was the most precious thing. Even if he was unrivaled under the heavens, there would still be times when he was powerless. He ascended to the peak of glory, suddenly looking back, he discovered that the most simple and ordinary things were the true things. Yi Fan's heart was moved, he couldn't help but release a long sigh. Tasting the splendor of the world cannot make up for a lifetime of bitterness and regret. Chapter 1395. The Demon Emperor's life made people sigh with sorrow. Only after 1,000,000 years had passed did people realize the soft side of this man who surpassed deities. He also felt sad and regretful. Pang Bo said, "Yi, when the golden blood in your body fades away and turns into red blood, you can live for at least 10,000 years. If you can go one step further and live even longer, at that time, everything in this world will wither away." Under normal circumstances, when Yi Fan grew old, his old friends would no longer exist in this world. They would have long passed away in meditation and become withered bones. There was a limit to how powerful people could live for a long time. The divine body could live for 10,000 years. When he entered his twilight years, it would be difficult to find someone of the same generation as him. Just thinking about that kind of scene made people's hearts tremble. It was too lonely, all by himself. Even if his enemies died of old age, there would be no one to accompany him. So, don't leave any regrets. Otherwise, you will end up like the Demon Emperor, standing alone at the peak. Even though you are unrivaled under the heavens, you will still be lonely and desolate, Pang Bo said. Yi Fan was disappointed and frustrated. There was once a woman who was looking at him from afar, trying her best to catch up to his footsteps even though he didn't know it at that time. In the end, there was only a period of death, leaving behind a lonely grave. Fallen flowers scattered all over the grave. That woman's name was Qin Yao. It had been many years. If he returned to Big Dipper one day, he should go to the Green Flood Dragon King's small world to take a look at that lonely grave. After several decades, it might be covered in grass. The dead are gone, seize the present. Yi Fan's body overflowed with strands of golden multicolored light. His entire body was dazzling and vigorous, causing the world to rumble with thunder. Boom! Suddenly, that pool of bright red blood released a blinding light. The great sage all trembled and knelt down. They couldn't resist this emperor's aura at all. Within the bloody light, a white figure seemed to appear, coldly sweeping his eyes over everyone. This was the Demon Emperor's undying will, and it was precisely because of his existence that this place was filled with a myriad of scenes. The blood contained a strand of will that didn't scatter and protected the withered flower. At this time, he seemed to have revived. He wrapped around the withered flower and turned into the most resplendent immortal light, rushing into the depths of the universe. With a rumble, the heavens and earth collapsed, and the universe shattered. The sovereign blood, which contained his obsession, wrapped around the withered flower and disappeared into the depths of the dark universe, disappearing forever. This place fell into a momentary peace, and then the real chaos began. The mausoleum was collapsing. Everyone was fighting over it. Several dozen stalks of ancient king medicines fell into the abyss, every single one of them priceless, enough to make even the great sage bow down. Pang Bo pulled Yi Fan with him and entered the abyss to fight for it. This kind of heaven-defying item could increase one's lifespan by hundreds of years. Boom! The stone man displayed his prowess and clashed with the bull demon king. The power of the palm was monstrous, and the heaven and earth were torn apart on the spot. All the saints were sent flying, unable to advance. "You're just a stone man, what are you jumping about for? Can you eat a king medicine?" The demon bull king was furious. He brought out the shining diamond chakram and smashed the heaven and earth apart as he fought the stone man. The Holy Spirit could naturally absorb the king medicine's undying essence, but the demon bull race's leader was purely ridiculing him. The two were like fire and water as they fought fiercely. At this time, the other great sage also took action, and the great armies they brought also took action. They formed battle formations to seize the fallen ancient medicine king. Yifan took a deep breath and turned into a streak of lightning. The movement character broke through all obstructions. In terms of speed, there was rarely anyone in the world who could compare to him. Qi. A medicinal fragrance assailed the nostrils, and brilliant light flickered. Yifan used the army character to seize two ancient medicines, and then he decisively retreated, breaking out of the encirclement. There was only one chance. After all, there were 11 or 12 great sage here, as well as a Yin deity eyeing him covetously. He couldn't be intercepted, or else there would be great trouble. As soon as Yifan retreated, he felt a cold gust of wind in his original position. The human Tao protector Qi Tian flashed past. He didn't know if he was going to attack him or the ancient medicine in front of him, but their paths overlapped. "Be careful of this old fellow. When we get close to the great sage, we'll take care of him," Pang Bo said. He also seized an ancient medicine with the 9 slashes of the demon emperor. The two of them joined forces and decisively retreated from the great tomb. They stood in the starry sky and looked down on everything. The saints took action and fought intensely. The demonic emperor's tomb cracked and completely disintegrated, turning into ruins. At the same time, in this ancient region known as the Star Ruins, more than 10 continents disintegrated one after another, turning into cosmic dust. These were all void tombs, and now, they collapsed together with the main cave. One could vaguely see more than 10 dragon-shaped essence energy rushing into the sky, entering the true ancient tomb. It was like 9 dragons undergoing nirvana, merging into a pearl that blossomed with endless auspicious light. This was a powerful and incomparable life force, as if an ancient great emperor had been reborn. Then, it turned into a streak of light, following the demon emperor's footsteps into the depths of the universe, disappearing in the same direction. An ancient great emperor. Yifan said to himself. This star domain was in great turmoil. The various armies led by the great sage fought in a chaotic battle, fighting over the medicine king. A few dozen stalks was like a fantasy, unimaginable. It could allow many of the great sage who were about to die in meditation to survive. Unfortunately, when the dragon cave collapsed, many of the medicine king were destroyed, turning into essence energy and dissipating into the void. In the end, only a dozen or so stalks were preserved, seized by the saints. "It's time to leave," Yifan said to Pang Bo. This wasn't a good place to stay for long. There were a few Yin deities in the dark, ready to counterattack at any time. The Green Phoenix Daoist didn't have much time left. Yifan had long since known, but there was nothing he could do. Back in the human race's 50th city, he had offered medicine and other things. In the end, he was told that the reason the old man could live for more than 8,000 years was because he had absorbed similar undying divine essence. Now, everything was useless. Awu. A long howl sounded. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Then, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Longma rushed out while facing tribulation. This time, Longma's harvest was the greatest. He devoured the essence energy of the ancient ancestor Longma, strengthened himself, and obtained an unimaginable Dao fruit. The tribulation before him was secondary. The most important thing was that his source had become much stronger. Yifan and Pang Bo stopped, secretly protecting Longma. At the same time, they transmitted sound, telling him to rush into the depths of the cosmos, far away from the chaotic battlefield. In the end, everything was over. The two of them left through the heaven domain, entering the center of this star domain, the palace ruins. Without stopping, Yi Fan summoned the 12 saints and immediately set out, leaving this troublesome place and stepping onto the ancient starry sky path. Their group walked together. It wasn't just an ordinary kind of magnificent and powerful. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were the young supreme beings of the human race's ancient road. Longma, the golden lion, the heavenly scorpion, the nine-tailed crocodrogon and the others weren't easy to deal with either. At this point, they no longer walked the ancient path of heroes and began to enter the archaic golden road. In other words, they were too dangerous and now abandoned to temper themselves. Time passed quickly, and 6 years passed in the blink of an eye. They disappeared from the human race's ancient road, only occasionally being discovered by the local guide envoys. This was an ancient star with life, a secret realm on the golden road. The entire ancient star's spiritual essence was sparse. When Yi Fan and the others descended, they all felt a bit uncomfortable. They had been to many ancient places of life, but true stars with life were very rare. The conditions of this star were vile. Although the grass could be considered lush, it wasn't suitable for cultivation. The great Tao suppression here was far greater than that of the Big Dipper. The spiritual essence here was pitifully sparse, unable to support cultivators comprehending the Tao here. This was a declining ancient land. In reality, this was also the case. Yi Fan walked through this ancient land of life and saw many natives, but he didn't see a single cultivator. Instead, he saw a few ancient stone cliffs and ancient walls, expounding on cultivation methods. They were all cliff inscriptions from tens of thousands of years ago. If these things weren't here, one would truly suspect that no cultivators had ever appeared on this ancient star. Search carefully, we might be able to find a few lost ancient methods. Longma became spirited. He gathered the golden lion, heavenly scorpion, and others to search the entire star. They split up to search this star. Pang Bo rushed into the clouds, entering the darkness. Then, he crossed above the great sea. Longma, Golden Lion, 9 crocodile dragons and others separately rushed into the famous mountains and great rivers, searching for secluded places and ancient caves, wishing to obtain ancient inheritances. The ancient star wasn't that large, a comparatively small star. Yi Fan silently sensed the great Tao here. It didn't seem like a star that had produced great emperors before, not having those types of Tao marks. Of course, no one could truly say for sure. The great emperors of the past were too mysterious, every one of them deep and immeasurable. Who knew where their true homeland was? Yi Fan walked outside the fields and observed the lives of the natives. It was simple and unadorned, working at sunrise and resting at sunset. It was extremely peaceful and auspicious. He stopped at a certain place to admire this peace. A shepherd boy herding cows was playing his flute in the grassland, a few women were washing clothes by the river, and a few old farmers were swinging their hoes in the fields. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the village, an old man was currently chopping firewood. He didn't use much strength, and the hatchet wasn't that sharp either. However, the thick tree trunk was cut into neat pieces of firewood. Yi Fan didn't notice it at first, but he quickly sensed a type of rhythm. The old man brandished the hatchet, neither fast nor slow, never changing from start to finish. There was a type of rhythm to it. Yi Fan paid close attention. The more he watched, the more shocked he became. This was clearly a type of Tao rhythm. It could be said that a hatchet was drawing out the trajectory of the Tao. Behind the old man, there was a small mountain of firewood that he had chopped out. How could he do this with his old and frail body and exhausted blood qi? Yi Fan watched attentively. The old man's blood qi wasn't abundant, but the way he brandished the hatchet was neither fast nor slow. There was a type of terrifying rhythm to it, and after paying close attention to it for a long time, one's heart would resonate with it and beat in unison. He was stunned. This was an ancient star that couldn't be cultivated at all. The ancient inheritances and techniques had long since declined, so how could this old man be like this? Old man, what Dao is this? Yi Fan went forward and asked seriously. What Dao? Young man, are you asking me for directions? There weren't any roads here in the past, but after many people walked it, it became a main road. You just need to walk forward. The old man spoke unhurriedly. He brandished the hatchet, and firewood fell one after another in an extremely neat and unchanging rhythm. Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. He quietly watched the old man brandishing the hatchet and didn't disturb him anymore. However, at this time, a clamor came from afar. Yi Zi, come quickly. This was Pang Bo's shout. We've caught a big one. This is heaven-defying. Come quickly. Longma shouted. He seemed to be very excited. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He used the row formula and rushed over quickly. Pang Bo, Longma, and the golden lion appeared beside the field not far away. We've caught a god that's about to pass away. Longma shouted. He was afraid that others wouldn't know. What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Fan berated. It's true. It's indeed a god rarely seen since ancient times. Pang Bo was also very excited. His eyes revealed an astonishing brilliance. The golden lion, sky scorpion, and the others worked together to carry a stone coffin. Inside lay an old man whose entire body was glowing. He had white hair and a supreme and sacred aura. Even though he was about to pass away, there was still an immortal divine halo behind his head. It was dazzling. It's really a god? Yi Fan looked at them in bewilderment and asked. Absolutely. Longma, Black Bear Saint, Sky Scorpion, and the others all replied with absolute certainty. Yi Fan was a little dumbfounded. After a long while, he said, God. How did you guys catch him? We dug him out from an ancient cave. I really didn't expect to catch a living god. Longma was excited. He asked him to use the swordsman formula to recover the origin energy of this god so that he wouldn't die suddenly. Chapter 1396. Deities, this was a word that made people feel reverence. It had existed since ancient times, and the legends related to them could be said to be endless. They were extremely powerful. They made mortals revere and respect them, and cultivators feel restraining fear and dread. They represented power and omnipotence. The legends of deities were endless, and they existed everywhere. They were glorious throughout the ages. However, there were also many controversies regarding them. There were even some ancient star domains that didn't acknowledge their existence. They believed that this exceeded common sense and didn't conform to the real situation. Meanwhile, whether or not deities truly existed was something mortals couldn't touch upon. This had always been a topic of discussion among cultivators, and as a result, there were all types of opposing arguments. There was a long period of time where deities were a taboo topic in certain ancient lands. Those who angered them would die, and those who respected them would prosper. They were even more unfathomable. And now, Longma, the Black Bear Saint, the Heavenly Scorpion, the Golden Lion, and the others brought back a stone coffin, saying that they had captured an ancient deity. How could Yi Fan not be shocked? He always felt that it wasn't all that real. He claimed to be a deity, and we also joined forces to forcefully open his sea of consciousness. We captured a strand of divine will, proving that what he said wasn't false. Longma spoke with certainty, as if he had evidence of this. For the sake of obtaining opportunities, they put in a lot of hard work on this declining ancient star. The 12 saints worked together and merged their sea of consciousness together. They swept through many famous mountains and great rivers to investigate. Along the way, they saw many historical remains. In the end, they discovered an ancient cave dwelling. They forcefully opened the cave's stone door and barged in. They saw this coffin. This was a stone coffin carved from a rare evergreen stone. It looked simple and unadorned, yet it possessed spirituality. It was a type of precious coffin used to bury corpses and bones. It had been rare since ancient times. The deity's hair was white, and his skin was shriveled to his bones. All of his essence blood had been drained, and one could tell with a single glance that he had one foot in the grave. He wouldn't live for much longer. Even his white hair was falling off. He was emaciated, and his wrinkled old skin was dry. His eyes were turbid and lifeless. His lips opened and closed as if he wanted to say something, yet he couldn't utter a single word. The only thing that made him look divine and holy was that even though his body had aged beyond recognition, it was still emitting divine splendor. It was as if a divine moon was enveloping him, and the halo behind his head was like a sea of stars. Yifan's entire body was glowing as he operated the secret character of swordsman. Strands of golden blood chi flowed out of his body and enveloped him. He looked even more dazzling than this god. His body was sparkling and incomparably powerful. When the two came into contact with each other, the deity's body shook violently. Strands of multicolored light entered his body and nourished his essence energy. His dim eyes gradually lit up, and his entire being became spirited. One had to admit that the secret of swordsman was unparalleled in the world. It was a divine art for healing, and it could even prolong one's life force. Life force was exhausted. The treatment of the secret character showed signs of improvement. Clearly, he could hold on for a while longer and wouldn't suddenly die. "Are you really a god?" Yifan asked. He already stopped. This person's source had already dried up. Unless he used the undying medicine to prolong his life, there was simply no hope of survival. "I am a god." He opened his mouth with great difficulty. It was still difficult for him to truly condense his essence energy. One of his feet had already stepped into the shadow of death. Who in this world could avoid death? It was almost impossible to find a single example. Since the ancient times, all the geniuses had turned into dust. If there were gods, they should be able to stay in this world forever and never die. However, no one could truly prove that the gods were still alive. They all believed that they had died in the passage of time and were not true immortals. "If you were a god, would you still die?" Yifan said calmly. He didn't believe in the existence of real gods. Since ancient times, there were many legends about gods, but none of them could be proven. My source was devoured by someone. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. He was very weak as he gasped for breath. Yifan, Pangbo, Longma, and the Black Bear Saint were all shaken. There was once a person who killed a god here and stole its source. This was no small matter. Even gods aren't necessarily above everything. During the ancient times, there were many rumors of great emperors suppressing them. The Golden Lion spoke. It was because this was indeed the truth. Yifan nodded. He thought of the supreme beings. Endless years ago, Emperor Zun swept through the 9 heavens 10 earths, swallowing the cosmos and subduing deities. He had previously ruled over 10,000 heavens and 10,000 realms. All deities in the world came to pay their respects. That was an extremely glorious era. Emperor Zun established heavenly rules and established laws. All deities had to follow them and none dared to go against them. That was a true legendary era. Later on, the undying heavenly emperor rose to power and also possessed unmatched might. He had once ruled over the world. All deities came to have an audience and all races worshipped him. That type of prestige was incomparable and rarely seen since ancient times. However, those were all legends after all. They had long passed away. Moreover, there were many controversies in the world, believing that he wasn't a true god. Who was it? Was it really done by a human? Longma asked impatiently. If a deity's origin was swallowed by a human, then this could be considered a world-shaking secret. When they carefully thought about it, they felt a chill run through their bodies. You can't even defeat a human, yet you still have the nerve to call yourself a deity? Longma squeezed out. Its large eyes were wide open. It really wanted to know what kind of person that person was. It should be a different kind of deity. Yi Fan said to himself. The meaning of deities had already changed. He believed that this person was definitely not the kind of deity from the ancient legends. The existence within the stone coffin had a head full of white hair. He was like a corpse lying on the ground, but he was surrounded by divine halos. Even though he had aged beyond recognition, there was still a divine radiance radiating from him. He spoke a name that immediately caused Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others to tremble. Alcade. That human was actually a Alcade. This was not an unfamiliar name, but they hadn't seen him in a few decades. He was the one who had swallowed this deity's vitality and taken its divine origin for himself. Even after so many years, this person was still acting the same way and keeping a low profile on the starry sky. Only the southern demon had unintentionally caught a glimpse of his movements. No one else knew about it. Pang Bo had been paying attention this entire time, but he hadn't been able to find any news of him. He had been on his guard this entire time, but he hadn't expected to run into the strange traces of a Alcade here. It's him? Yi Fan frowned slightly. This person is not easy to deal with. He will definitely be a powerful enemy in the future. He must have obtained vicious inheritance. Pang Bo also frowned as he thought back to the past. During the battle at the Central Continent's ancestral temple, the Alcade had used the black golden dragon cauldron to kill them. If it weren't for the fact that he had predicted the danger beforehand and used the heaven-devouring demon jar to deal with it, he would have been in grave danger. Yi Fan had never looked down on Alcade, but he didn't think that he could swallow a deity. That wasn't realistic. He stared at the old man in the coffin, convinced that he wasn't a true deity. You're not a deity. Pang Bo glared at him and jabbed him with his fan-like hand, almost sending him flying out of the coffin. This deity is not that deity, the being in the coffin said weakly. He was worried that Pang Bo's fingers, which were as thick as carrots, would poke a few holes through his body. The strength of his fingers was frighteningly strong. I am a member of the divine race. His eyes were dim, but when he spoke of his race, a shocking light flashed through his eyes. That was pride and conceit. True deities were immortal, and they were forbidden existences that only existed in legends. However, gods were never seen, and people's hearts began to waver. Later on, the meaning of this title gradually changed, and it was often used to refer to heaven-defying existences. As for deities, they began to take on two meanings. From ancient times until now, all the deities that had been seen would grow old one day, passing away one by one in the dust of history. They would become a pile of yellow dirt, unable to live forever. The sages believed that miracles, legends, and unexplainable events of the past were actually the work of powerful beings and couldn't be considered the manifestation of the gods. There were two meanings of deities, true deities, and inconceivably powerful beings from the outside world. At this point, the former had almost been completely rejected. This person called himself a member of the divine race, which immediately caused Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Longma, and the others to understand. At the same time, they were stunned. There really was such a race, and it was rumored that they were descendants of the bloodline of the gods. No matter which meaning was used to explain it, it was clear that this race was incredibly powerful. They were viewed as a race that defied the heavens, and it was rumored that they were omnipotent. In reality, anyone who walked the ancient paths would hear about their legends. The sages all said that there was an ancient path that belonged to the divine race that was extremely mysterious and difficult for outsiders to find. Moreover, this race had very few people and was rarely seen since ancient times. There were some powerful races that often called themselves the divine race, but they weren't them. The true members of this race rarely appeared. Not the true gods, but the divine race. I've heard of this before. Pang Bo nodded and then asked, how powerful is this race? Very powerful. Rumor has it that they're almost heaven-defying, the nine-tailed crocodrogon said with a serious expression. Yi Fan also nodded solemnly. After so many years, he had read many ancient books and inquired from the sages from different galaxies. He had learned about many powerful races. The members of the divine race were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, but they were truly heaven-defying. It was rumored that the divine bodies that occasionally appeared in the human race were similar to the divine race. What, this isn't possible, right? Pang Bo was shocked and somewhat couldn't believe it. This kind of secret was really shocking. Even Yi Fan felt it was unimaginable when he first learned about it. However, it was indeed so in the records of a few ancient books that were almost lost. This is hard to believe. Jianghu and the Jiang clan's divine bodies are rare and powerful, but the blood flowing through their bodies is actually similar to that of the divine race? Pang Bo was completely stunned. It wasn't just a single person, but an entire race. Even though they were extremely rare, they were still a race. Just how powerful was this divine race? It was almost unimaginable. Normal members of the race all had divine bodies, so the most outstanding individuals among them would definitely be incredibly powerful. The divine blood would definitely transcend the world. If Jianghu and the Jiang clan's divine bodies were included in this race, they would just be one of them. If a young king were to appear in this race, that would make my scalp go numb, Pang Bo muttered to himself. Don't worry. This race is pitifully small, and they're about to go extinct. Most of the races that call themselves the divine race aren't real, the nine-tailed crocodrogon said. Yi Fan and the others had been walking the Golden Road for 6 years. Apart from tempering themselves, they had also been following a trail to track down the whereabouts of the Ji clan's siblings. Today, they had unexpectedly discovered the whereabouts of a light-shaking realm cultivator, as well as a true divine race member. This was an unexpected harvest. So you're saying that Jianghu and the Jiang clan's divine bodies aren't humans? Pang Bo asked. Yi Fan shook his head. According to the records in the ancient books, the divine race was also a branch of the human race in the past. However, their bloodline was too powerful, and they believed themselves to be noble and arrogant. In the end, they separated from the human race and established their own race. This is in conflict with the legends of the gods, so the divine race doesn't acknowledge it or accept it, the nine-tailed crocodrogon said. Even so, there would occasionally be divine bodies among the human race. In terms of physique and the divine blood flowing through their bodies, they were very similar to the divine race, which proved a few problems. Chapter 1397. The god race was a heaven-defying race that represented invincibility and supremacy. They were an extremely rare and powerful bloodline that truly existed in this world. They split from the human race and established their own race. How arrogant and conceited, yet they forgot their ancestors. Pang Bo was furious. This matter had happened too long ago and there was no longer any meaning in discussing it now. At the very least, in the eyes of other races, the god race was stronger and more noble and had nothing to do with the human race. The human race had a long and ancient history. It was unknown where they originated from. Regardless of whether it was the Northern Dipper or the Ziwei ancient star field, it was said that they were the homes of the human race's ancestors. As for where the ancestral planet of the human race was located and how it was now, no one knew. Some clues and secrets were gradually lost in the river of time. The god in the coffin panted heavily. The light on his body grew even more intense. His expression was one of agitation as he spoke with great difficulty. The god race is the most dazzling race and has nothing to do with the human race. He was about to pass away in meditation and his body was incomparably weak. Yet at this moment, he was so agitated and shouted with all his might. His body spasmed and it seemed like he couldn't hold on any longer. From Yi Fan's forehead, a small golden figure stepped out and was about to enter the god's sea of consciousness to observe and learn more detailed information. However, the space between the god's brows began to crack and the light intensified. He was actually about to transform into the Tao and explode. Evidently, he was extremely unyielding and would rather die than let others touch the core of his race. Moreover, the imprint left behind by the experts of this race was activated at this moment. It protected the immortal platform and prevented outsiders from touching their secrets. Otherwise, they would self-destruct. We've tried before. He would rather transform into the Tao than let us see, Longma explained. The small golden figure returned to Yifan's immortal platform. He opened his eyes and shot out 2 beams of sharp light. He circulated the secret character to heal the god and restore his origin energy. I don't want to understand the god race and I don't want to become enemies with them. Tell me the whereabouts of the Alcade and we won't touch anything else. Upon hearing this name, the god immediately gritted his teeth. His white hair fluttered even though there was no wind. His expression was frightening and filled with hatred. The Alcade had already left 4 years ago. It had already been more than 4 years since he had been harmed. At that time, they were both saints, but the source of the Alcade had shocked even this proud and conceited divine race. It was terrifying to the extreme. When he doesn't reveal himself, with the divine ring around him, he is like the reincarnation of a sun god, comparable to our god race. However, once he takes action, he is like a god or devil, as if he is a completely different person. The things that happened back then made him feel great hatred. He was ambushed and killed here. Even now, when he thought about it, his body couldn't help but tense up, as if he was facing a great enemy. Yifan and Pang Bo glanced at each other. After all these years, the light-shaking realm had never revealed itself. It was impossible to tell just how many powerful physiques it had swallowed. Now, just the god race alone was enough to make others feel apprehensive. They could definitely make the light-shaking realm cultivators much stronger. Emperor Vicious is truly too terrifying. He actually created such a heavenly art. It's truly heaven-defying. The Black Bear Sage and the others couldn't help but exclaim. I can already see the rise of a great enemy. There will definitely be a battle in the future. The god race is his target, and the tyrant blood of the ether heavens and I might also be his targets, Pang Bo said in a low voice. Longma was normally vicious and fearless, but at this moment, a worried expression appeared on his face. There might be a life and death battle in the future. The Sky Scorpion, Golden Lion, Black Bear Sage, and the others all felt gloomy. This kind of heaven-defying heavenly art would only become stronger and stronger. Every time he swallowed a type of source, his strength would increase by another level. There were geniuses from various star domains on this ancient path. To the light-shaking realm cultivators, this was a path that they could only dream of. Every expert was like a furnace of medicine to him. As time passed and he continued to fight, it would be like a rolling snowball. He would become more and more terrifying, and eventually, he would become a supreme expert. No matter how strong he is, can he compare to Vicious? He's just an imitator. Yifan said. His eyes glowed with confidence as he said, I will wait for him to appear. If we fight, then I will kill him. This was a kind of unrivaled conviction. His demeanor was peerless, and it deeply affected the 12 saints. The haze in their hearts was swept away, and they were no longer worried. This was not because they were careless, nor was it because they were looking down on their enemies. Rather, it was a kind of conviction. They had an unrivaled heart, and they were not afraid of any difficulties or tribulations. Their consciousness and physical body were both raised to an optimal state. The light-shaking realm was naturally very frightening. They could swallow other people's source energy to strengthen themselves. At the same time, they also possessed the undying heavens art that Vicious had created in his second life. This kind of immortal technique had never been seen before, and it was destined to shock the world. This god race individual lay within the stone coffin, his hair completely white. Pang Bo asked him how old he was. Under normal circumstances, his real appearance would not be this old. Based on the lifespan of a cultivator, I am still very young. I am only 100 years old. He was filled with regret and unwillingness. This was a conceited god race individual who had come out to gain experience. He had specifically sought out ancient stars that had been suppressed by the great Tao to temper himself. He had arrived at this place almost immediately after the light-shaking realm, and the two of them had clashed. Is the light-shaking realm really that merciful? He actually spared your life? Pang Bo knew that the god race individual would definitely strike like a bolt of lightning if he didn't make a move. He was scared away by a senior, the god race individual said. Even though he had spared his life, he was only struggling at death's door. His life could be considered to have come to an end. There are other powerful cultivators on this ancient star? Longma didn't believe it. This star wasn't very large, and it was just a small planet that wasn't suitable for cultivation. They hadn't been able to sense any powerful experts ever since they had arrived. Yes, he only let out a soft yell, but it was like the sound of a great bell. It was enough to shake one's consciousness to the point where it almost scattered. The god race individual muttered to himself in a daze as he grew weaker and weaker. What did he look like? Yi Fan asked. He looked very ordinary, and he held a woodcutter in his hand. The god race individual hadn't even finished speaking when Yi Fan's expression changed. He turned around to look at the village, but the old man had already disappeared. Yi Fan turned into a bolt of lightning and tore through the void. He immediately appeared at the entrance of the village. The pile of firewood that was like a small mountain was nowhere to be seen, and the old man was nowhere to be seen. Everything was still very peaceful. What's wrong? Pang Bo and the others caught up and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Before you guys came, I saw an old man chopping firewood here, Yi Fan said. Outside the field, a few cows were munching on the grass, and a shepherd boy was playing his flute in a leisurely manner. A few women were washing clothes by the riverside, and waves of laughter could be heard. There were also farmers working in the fields. Everything was very peaceful and tranquil, and nothing had changed. The only thing missing was the old man chopping firewood. Yi Fan asked around, but they all shook their heads. There had never been such a person in the village before, and no one had ever seen him before. He felt as if he had seen a ghost. He had clearly been conversing with the old man for a while, so how did he disappear in the blink of an eye? It was like an illusion. Young man, are you sure you have seen such an old man? The oldest old man in the village smoked his pipe and walked over, looking at him with some suspicion. Indeed. Do you have any advice for me, sir? Yi Fan was very polite. He did not show his supernatural powers in front of mortals, and maintained the proper etiquette. I have seen the person you are talking about, the old man said. Where is he? Yi Fan asked. This is not a living person. The old man looked at him with an even more suspicious gaze. It was obvious that this person could not have appeared at the entrance of the village. Yi Fan was stunned. Pang Bo, Longma, and the others were also stunned. This did not seem to make sense. Had they seen a ghost in broad daylight? The person you are talking about is only an engraving on the stone wall. He is on the West Mountain. The old man pointed forward with his walking stick, where the sun had set. It was not too far away from here. They left the village, and when they returned, the divine race had already stopped breathing. In the end, he had passed away in a seated posture. The light on his body receded, and he became an ice-cold corpse. Longma and the others used a great method to send him back to the ancient cave and sealed him inside. This could also be considered a burial. The mountain to the west of the village wasn't too far away. It wasn't tall, and it couldn't be said to be majestic. Weeds and thistles grew everywhere, and there was nothing special about it. Halfway up the mountain, there was a stone wall. There were some ancient diagrams carved on it. It was unknown how many years had passed, but the traces were blurry and covered in moss. Yifan carefully cleaned it up and carefully looked at it. His expression changed abruptly, and he simply couldn't believe everything. "Is it the person on the stone engraving?" Pang Bo asked nervously. Yifan nodded. This exceeded common sense, and it was unimaginable. The old man he had spoken with was actually on the stone wall. The passage of time had caused the diagram to become blurry and mottled, and it was carved tens of thousands of years ago at the very least. What was going on? It was just a diagram, yet it could appear and make one feel as if they were there, believing that it was real. Just how profound of a cultivation was this? This doesn't make sense. What kind of star is this? It's just an ancient wall engraving. How many tens of thousands of years has it been? How could a real person appear? Pang Bo used his hands to feel around. It wasn't just a single diagram, but 8 or 9 in succession. There was a wood-chopping diagram, a horse-feeding diagram, and they were extremely simple and plain. At first glance, they didn't seem to have anything to do with cultivation. However, after that kind of thing happened just now, how could Yifan ignore it? This place was definitely no small matter, and it contained extraordinary secrets. Just what kind of existence was that wood-chopping elder? Just how many tens of thousands of years had passed? How could he still appear? Starting from the 5th diagram, things became a bit different. It was a bit special. The old man sat on a true dragon and rose into the sky. What is the meaning of this? Pang Bo didn't understand. After removing the moss on the stone wall, the 6th diagram could be vaguely seen. It was actually an ancient coffin, a 9-layered coffin from the legendary era. Yifan was moved. His palm flickered with splendor, and he took out a palm-sized stone coffin. Even though it was small, it possessed an aura of endless vicissitudes. Back then in the Central Continent Ancestral Temple, Yifan and the others discovered this stone coffin on the ancient altar. Duanda speculated that it was a supreme coffin that was buried above the 9 heavens during the legendary era. Qi Luo had once asked him to exile it into the starry skies to avoid a great disaster in the future, but Yifan had always kept it by his side and never threw it away. Now, he took it out and compared it with this stone engraving. Right at this time, strands of light patterns appeared on the stone wall. They were like water ripples as they spread outwards. This. Everyone was stupefied. They were incomparably shocked. The supreme 9-layered coffin of the legendary era actually produced a reaction with the ancient diagram on the stone wall. This was too shocking. A moment later, everything calmed down. The abnormality disappeared, and this place returned to tranquility. They removed the moss and carefully examined the 7th ancient diagram. It was even more mysterious, and it was actually a blade. Even though it was indistinct, when they looked at it, they could feel an exceptional killing intent. Pooh! Pang Bo spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he staggered backwards. The space between Longma's brows split open as he retreated 7 or 8 steps. Don't concentrate, focus on this blade. Yifan was shaken. He recognized it with a single glance, and his heart began to beat violently. It belonged to the undying Heavenly Emperor. When he was crossing tribulation, the undying Heavenly Emperor's true body appeared at the last moment. That blazing blade unsheathed on its own and hacked down. It was more terrifying than anything else, and it almost destroyed his cauldron. Are you sure this is the diagram of the undying Heavenly Blade? Pang Bo and the others were overwhelmed with shock. It was just a stone engraving, yet it could already injure someone. Just how powerful was this blade? What shocked them the most was that there was an indistinct stone shell egg below the blade. The strands of energy released by the blade were all absorbed by it. What is the meaning of this? Is this where the undying Heavenly Blade is buried? Longma was astonished and asked in confusion. Look at the 8th diagram, it's actually 9 dragons pulling a coffin. Pang Bo cried out in alarm and was filled with shock. Chapter 1398. 9 dragons were pulling a bronze coffin. Its starting point was unknown, and its destination was unknown. For countless years, it had drifted through the cosmos towards an unknown distance. It carried too many secrets. From ancient times until now, no one had been able to break through the dense fog, and it was difficult to uncover its origins. Now, they actually saw its diagram on the western mountain stone carvings. How could they not be shocked? It was too sudden. How could it be carved here by someone? Wiping away the mosses and impurities, the mottled ancient markings were revealed. The 9 dragons were vigorous and powerful, as if they were about to break through the wall and leave. Behind them were ice-cold chains connected to a bronze coffin. It was grand and majestic. This. Who carved this? What secret is hidden here? Pang Bo's emotions were fluctuating violently. The reason they came to this side of the starry sky and stepped onto the path of cultivation was all because of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. It brought them to a monstrous and dazzling world of cultivation. Without a doubt, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin contained a world-shocking secret. It had existed since ancient times and floated in the cosmos without being destroyed. What was buried here was waiting for the later generations to discover. This place was very special. Why was its diagram carved here? Yi Fan's body and mind were tranquil. He silently chanted the hundreds of ancient characters. It was precisely from this ancient coffin. There's a change. There are flowing patterns of light. The black bear saint cried out in surprise. As Yi Fan silently chanted the scriptures in the bronze coffin, the stone wall emitted waves of ripples like the ripples in a lake. Yi Fan was astonished. Just like when he placed the palm-sized coffin in front of the 9-layered coffin carvings, it produced the same change. There was a brilliance undulating like water. It's moving. The 9 dragons are flying up and pulling the ancient coffin into the firmament. The Scorpio Saint's face was full of astonishment. His eyes were brilliant as he watched this scene. On the stone wall, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin flew up into the sky. It was truly moving. Indistinctly, rumbling sounds could be heard. Its imposing manner was oppressive, and wind and thunder were raging. No, it's only the stone carving that's changing. It's not really moving. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eye and discovered that a few indistinct stone carvings were taking form. At first glance, it seemed as if it was moving. This was a type of Dao mark that could confuse the fake with the real. It could even deceive the saints. It was truly astonishing. After a while, the ripples disappeared. No matter how Yi Fan chanted, there were no abnormalities on the stone wall. Everything had calmed down, and the carvings were simple and unadorned. At this time, Pang Bo had already removed the moss on the 9th carving, revealing a crisscrossed and crisscrossed area. It was destroyed. What was the last diagram? Pang Bo said to himself. He felt that it was definitely extremely important and mysterious. He never thought that it would disappear. The dragon horse went forward and used its strength to carve on the stone wall, wanting to leave a mark. However, it realized that it could not move. This stone wall was as firm as a pillar that supported the heavens. Not to mention destroying it, it could not even carve out a grain of sand. Only the last image was not revealed, causing one's imagination to run wild. They felt indescribably shocked, as if they had missed out on some important secret. The last 4 diagrams are each more astonishing than the last. What kind of profound mysteries do you think they contain? The previous one was the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Could the 9th be the great secret of immortality? Pang Bo rubbed the surface with his hand. The truth had long been erased. Let me give it a try. Yi Fan's expression was serious. He attached great importance to these 9 stone carvings. He sat cross-legged in front of the stone wall. His entire body shone as he operated a secret technique. On Earth, he had previously obtained a Veda scripture. Within it was a wondrous technique that traced back to the source. It could trace back to the source and recreate the truth of history. His forehead shone. It was sparkling and translucent like a divine mirror. It shot out a blazing beam of light and landed on the 9th carving. This place immediately trembled violently. The heavenly Tao rumbled. Wind and thunder erupted. Vaguely, ghosts wept and deities howled. The world immediately darkened as the corpses of gods and devils appeared one after another. They were greatly astonished. Just what kind of secret was hidden in this diagram? It could actually change the color of heaven and earth and produce such a shocking scene. It was truly horrifying and shocking. Yi Fan's head was drenched in sweat. His face was snow-white and the golden blood energy around his body quickly dimmed. The consumption was too great. However, he couldn't break through the mist. The images of gods and devils trembled. The cries of ghosts and deities became even clearer. It was as if they were closing in and about to crush down on his body. The great Tao trembled and the world rumbled. It was as if the secrets of gods and devils and the turning point of immortality were hidden in a damaged diagram. It made one's blood and bones tremble. In the end, Yi Fan failed. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. This was the first time he had used the ancient technique of the Veda scripture so strenuously. He had a feeling that if he continued like this, he would most likely encounter a mishap. All of this was simply unimaginable. What kind of power is this? Pang Bo, Longma, Black Bear Saint and the others were all greatly shaken. Their faces were full of shock. Yi Fan calmed down. The light released by this type of wondrous technique was restrained. The various scenes in the world also gradually disappeared. The corpses of gods and devils, the cries of ghosts and deities all disappeared. The world became peaceful once more. The terrifying scenes dimmed and dispersed as if nothing had happened. The western mountains were the same as before, no different from before. I believe that this was at least erased by a quasi-emperor. Otherwise, it definitely wouldn't be like this. Even after so many years have passed, it still makes me feel pressured. Yi Fan even believed that the 9th stone inscription diagram that was destroyed was also releasing a strange power. There was a wave of astonishing divine might, and the scene just now might not have been without its fluctuations. The first 5 diagrams were related to that elder. He chopped firewood, fed horses, and in the end, left on a dragon, disappearing without a trace. The last 4 diagrams were unrelated to him. They weren't a story and seemed to have been added on. Was it left behind by this elder? What kind of identity does he have? The first 4 diagrams are part of his past. What meaning do the last 4 have? The few of them discussed but couldn't come to a conclusion. They focused their attention on the last few diagrams. Among them, the 6th was the 9-layered coffin from the mythological era. The 7th was the undying heavenly blade and a stone-shelled divine egg. The 8th was the coffin pulled by 9 dragons, and the 9th was already destroyed. There were a total of 2 ancient coffins among the diagrams on the stone wall. The 2 were completely different and shouldn't have buried the same person. According to common sense, the last 4 diagrams shouldn't be related to each other and should be independent of each other. At this moment, they seemed to have sensed something at the same time. Their immortal platforms trembled as their frontal bones shone with radiance, illuminating the stone wall. Rows of small characters appeared on the stone wall. My heart is filled with melancholy. Even though I know the path to immortality is illusory, I can only charge forward with all my might. These words revealed a kind of helplessness. At the same time, it also proved that this person was unfathomable. At the very least, he should be a quasi-emperor. Otherwise, why would he say such words? The stone wall shone and rows of ancient characters appeared, recording some past events. As expected, it was left behind by the woodcutter old man. In the end, he left on a dragon and could only charge forward with all his might. The last 4 diagrams weren't fake. They were all things he saw with his own eyes. It was said that there were heaven-shocking mysteries within. Hence, he wrote these diagrams to enlighten the later generations, but he didn't say it explicitly. However, there was no lack of warning within. Yi Zi, it's better if you throw away the stone coffin in your hand and bury it in the starry skies. Otherwise, I keep feeling that there's something wrong with that thing. Carrying it on you will cause a huge problem, Pang Bo said. Yi Fan pondered and pointed to the bottom of the stone wall. There was a final sentence there, and it was actually an annotation. The last 4 diagrams were all seen on the path to immortality. As for the arrangement of the diagrams, it was decided according to the time the old man saw them. It didn't mean anything by itself. It was only mentioned that the last diagram shouldn't have appeared in this world. He hesitated again and again before erasing it in the end. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The stone coffin, undying heavenly blade, and 9 dragons pulling coffins were all on the path to immortality. There were some things that already intersected with them. This didn't seem quite right. Pang Bo stared at the undying heavenly blade and felt a boundless killing intent. It was as if it was going to hack apart 10,000 domains. It rushed over through the stone wall, making one's body feel like it was going to split apart. What is going on with this heavenly blade that has shaken the past and present, as well as this egg? What kind of trump card did the undying heavenly emperor leave behind? Yi Fan killed the heavenly prince, and now, there was an egg under this blade. It made everyone feel a strange feeling, making them feel a bit uneasy. There is a type of legend that the undying heavenly emperor was an immortal phoenix that descended into this world. Even if it isn't true, there are likely some secrets and secrets. Did this egg undergo rebirth on its own, or did it belong to another person? Pang Bo spoke of this terrifying conjecture. This made everyone's minds tremble. They gave each other a look. Since it made the old man who used to hold the hatchet stay at a respectful distance, there must be something going on between this blade and the egg. These last few diagrams were all independent and didn't have much of a connection. However, all of them were astonishing and intimidating. In the following years, they stopped on this ancient star. They tempered themselves and cultivated in the ancient land of life suppressed by the great Tao. This stone wall became their Tao field. They constantly deduced and studied it silently. After Yi Fan looked at the first 5 diagrams, he began to selectively forget them without using magical force. There will be a day when this world will no longer exist. All of the Tao will become void. Only my heart and my body will remain. This is the true one. He didn't use magical force or Tao laws. He walked this world on foot. Yi Fan chopped firewood, fed horses, and walked on this star. He was once a small official in an ancient city, and also a general at the border. He had even traveled with a group of scholars to famous mountains and great rivers. 4 years later, he returned to his true self. In the endless secular world, he held 10,000 posts under the heavens. Even though it couldn't be said to be a great enlightenment, there were still accumulations and gains. My Tao. During these years, he had always wanted to think about his future path of cultivation and create his own scripture. Now, his thoughts were gradually maturing. On this day, the stone wall of Western Mountain was glistening and glistening. When Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Longma, Black Bear Saint, and the others were meditating, the scripture resonated and released strange rumbling sounds. Even the great Tao in the sky couldn't suppress it. Clearly, they had all improved during these 4 years. Their accomplishments were extraordinary. At this moment, they cut open the heaven and earth confinement and made Tao sounds rumble. Ancient characters have appeared on the stone wall again. The Scorpio Saint cried out in surprise. The moss on the stone wall had long been removed. Now, It was nourished by the Tao light and was as translucent as a jade platform. A line of archaic divine characters appeared. It was still left behind by that elder. It explained a type of speculation. During the mythological era, the 9-layered coffin fell into the mortal world. Perhaps because of some reason, it descended into the mortal world on its own and wanted to advance along a certain path. Moreover, he engraved an ancient diagram. There were ancient star domains one after another, with coordinates written on them. These were the paths he had taken. He had seen the undying heavenly blade, the divine egg, the ancient coffin of the gods, and everything on the 9th stone inscription that had been erased. Let's go and take a look. Let's see what exactly is there. They went on their way and stepped into the starry sky again. Chapter 1399. The 9-layered coffin fell into the world of legends, acting on its own and moving forward along a certain path. This was truly an astonishing conjecture. Yifan's heart couldn't calm down. He felt that there might be other legendary ancient coffins on the way, and there might not be just one or two that descended from the 9 heavens. He thought of the Void Emperor, whose coffin was also a stone coffin. It should be a 9-layered coffin from the legendary era. The great emperor entered the coffin and was buried in the darkness of the cosmos. Yifan had seen it before in an ancient starry domain. He said to himself, could it be that if I follow this path, I might be able to see the Void Emperor again? The 9-layered coffin had already changed owners during the legendary era, but it might still move forward along a special path, still walking on that lonely path towards its destination. The ancient emperor had already died, and the deities of the 9 heavens had also been wiped out. They were unwilling before their deaths, wishing to cross the sea of bitterness of the mortal world and reach the other shore to see immortality. The 4 directions were called the universe, and from ancient times until now, it was called the universe. It was boundless and without end. In the cosmos, there were some regions with resplendent stars. The stellar rivers were brilliant and radiance pervaded the air. Meanwhile, there were some places that were ice-cold and dark, vast and boundless. It was deathly quiet without end. Yifan's group had been on the road for 2 months. They had long left that ancient star and were heading towards their next destination. This path and the starry domain overlapped with a portion of the golden ancient path. There were no stars in this region, only darkness and coldness. It was like a vast black hole that devoured everything. Fortunately, their cultivation was profound, allowing them to avoid it when they were still quite a distance away. Continuing like this wasn't a solution. The cosmos was so vast, and that elder had only left behind an ancient diagram as well as some starry sky coordinates. It was only a rough region. They naturally wouldn't rush about recklessly either. Along the way, they still focused on cultivation, neither fast nor slow. They had also stopped at the holy city on the human race's ancient path to understand the truth. In reality, along the way, they had heard quite a few rumors related to the 9-layered coffin from the legendary era, to the extent where there were even bits and pieces of legends about 9 dragons pulling the coffin. In these endless years, more than one heavenly genius had seen the coffin of an ancient deity. They had also chased after it, but they all ended up with nothing. No one could truly open the coffin. The coffin traversed the cosmos and was buried on an ancient and mysterious path. As for what kind of secrets it held, perhaps it would only be revealed after a long period of time. Di Tian, Fairy Qingshi, Human King, and the others have all entered the Golden Ancient Road. During these years, their cultivations have been improving day by day, and they've even encountered the experts of the other races on the Golden Ancient Road and won all of them. The supreme experts of the younger generation are formidable after all, daring to walk on the ancient golden roads that have long been abandoned for many years. Moreover, they are all in the most dangerous ancient regions, truly unordinary. Everyone sighed in admiration. This was the news Yifan and the others obtained on their way here. Di Tian and the others have bitterly cultivated and bravely advanced through these years. They fought bloody battles along the way and were about to reach the ancient passageways of the other races. I once heard that the young supreme being of the tyrant blood of the firmament lineage became courageous after experiencing humiliation. He has already entered the ancient path of the legendary era, and has been fighting for close to 10 years now. The overlord, great demonic god, and the others treated themselves even more cruelly. They had slaughtered their way into ancient paths that were even further back, but endless years ago, those paths were already marked as dangerous paths. Oh, so that's how it is. The path we are walking on can also be considered a mythological ancient path. After Pang Bo and the others heard this, they gradually came to a realization. The desolate ancient roads were divided into the archaic era and the legendary era. The former could be called the golden ancient road, while the latter could be called the mythological ancient road. The latter was even more ancient and terrifying. There were many trials and tribulations, and the slightest bit of carelessness could lead to death. Such ancient roads were frequented by mutated beasts in the universe, and there were also unknown races exploring them. Although they were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, every single one of them was extremely powerful, enough to cause even saint kings to tremble. Such existences were directly born in the dark void and traveled through the ancient star region all year round. They were incomparably powerful, and once they encountered them, it was destined to be a great disaster. Half a month later, Yi Fan and the others appeared in an ancient star region. They came here according to the coordinates and suddenly saw a huge shadow blocking the starlight. An ancient beast. It's extremely powerful, and its body is almost comparable to a small star. The black bear saint cried out in alarm. This was a mutated beast with azure scales flickering all over its body. It seemed as if it was forged from molten iron and had a cold luster. It was filled with a powerful feeling as it approached from afar. Yi Fan was the first to step forward, preparing to welcome a battle. Comprehending the Tao and fighting a bloody battle coexisted. Only like this could he quickly increase his cultivation level. He needed such a great battle. No, it's already dead. When the huge black shadow approached, the luster on its azure scales was still there. However, there was a huge bloody hole on its sinister head, and its blood had long since turned cold. It was actually killed by a finger. That was an incomparably thick finger hole, comparable to a heavenly pit. It had penetrated through its skull, and its blood had already cooled for a long time. Yi Fan and the others had never seen such a large ancient beast before. This was the first time in their lives. It was incomparably huge, many times larger than ordinary meteors. Its azure scales were cold and hard, flickering with cold light. Its body was like a heavenly hound, but it had a pair of dragon horns. Its azure armor was dense, and its appearance was extremely sinister, intimidating one's soul. This is actually a descendant of a heaven-devouring beast. Who would have thought that there would really be this type of creature? Its body is extremely large, the universe really is full of wonders. Yi Fan sighed in admiration. He had previously seen records of this type of ancient beast in ancient texts. The true heaven-devouring beast was incomparably large, simply like a nebula, able to swallow the heavens and earth. It was naturally exceptionally terrifying. However, it was rumored that after a divine war countless years ago, the heaven-devouring beasts were almost completely wiped out. Now, there were only a few descendants with impure bloodlines left. This giant beast could also be considered quite strong, reaching the Holy Beast King realm. However, it was killed in a clean and efficient manner, unable to put up any decent resistance at all. That finger hole on its forehead was horrifying. It was similarly incomparably large, as if a heaven-reaching giant had previously taken action, resulting in this terrifying result. Can you do it? Kill with a single finger? Longma asked Yi Fan. He didn't reply, only seriously looking at it again and again. Pang Bo stepped onto this enormous corpse, looked at the ice-cold beast's body, as well as the bloody hole between its brows, and said, "Difficult, it really is extremely difficult to kill with a single finger." This wasn't an ordinary holy beast king, it was definitely incomparably powerful. Clearly, that person had killed it with a finger radiance from far away. The most precious thing about this ancient beast was the heaven-devouring orb in its head. Clearly, not only had it been killed with a single finger, the divine orb had also been taken away. The entire enormous corpse was disintegrating due to losing its essence core, similar to transforming into the Tao. It was practically crippled. It was done by the god race. Pang Bo observed the finger hole for a long time, coming to this conclusion. It was because there were traces of divine splendor remaining in the wound, and it was similar to the aura of the god race who had passed away in meditation 4 years ago. The god race had divine blood flowing in their bodies. They were definitely powerful, bearing nobility and invincibility, representing one of the most powerful races. After so many years, they had practically disappeared. In just 4 years, Yi Fan and the others had discovered 2 god race members. This could also be considered an anomaly. At the very least, they had been very peaceful during these tens of thousands of years, rarely appearing in the world. At the intersection of the golden and mythological ancient paths, a dangerous omen appeared. The god race that had disappeared for a long time had appeared. This was definitely a major event. Half a month later, a piece of news circulated through the holy city on the human ancient path. The god race had appeared again and came to the mythological ancient path to hunt. This caused a huge commotion. However, not too long after this matter passed, more news came from the godward ancient path and the golden path. Some other powerful races had also appeared on the ancient paths. And the most shocking thing was that Di Tian, the human king, and the others had a bitter battle with the cultivators of the other races. Although they managed to kill those people, even someone as strong as Di Tian was injured. The geniuses of the foreign races are the young paragons of the major races. Something must have happened for them to appear in this region. If not, why would such young experts be attracted here? The tremors of the star paths caused many people to be astonished. The appearance of the god race wasn't a coincidence. There were also geniuses from the other races rushing over to contend for the ancient paths of the human race. They must have discovered something and were currently searching for it. Finally, the Tao protectors of the human race received a secret report. They learned from the other races that the 9-layered coffin had appeared on the ancient paths of the mythological ancient paths. This was naturally a major event. These people flocked here to investigate the divine coffin that was supposed to be buried in the 9th layer of heaven. In this world, what attracted people the most was naturally longevity. We really came at the right time. The ancient map left behind by that old man is actually useful. It has only been a few months and we already have a harvest? Pang Bo was filled with disbelief. It's just a coincidence. Yi Fan frowned. He suspected that the coffin of the Void Emperor might have appeared in this star region. He had no idea if the siblings of the Ji clan had chased after it all the way to the ancient paths. This was definitely an extremely dangerous forbidden zone. Everything that happened now was close to the golden ancient path and couldn't be considered the true ancient mythological region. It was highly probable that something terrifying would happen here. After so many years, Yi Fan had searched according to some known clues but he still couldn't find the siblings. He had no idea if there would be any news this time around. Heavenly news. A young paragon from the firmament tyrannical bloodline single-handedly killed the young paragons of 3 different races. His name shook the ancient mythological path. Today, another piece of shocking news circulated. The supreme characters of the human race continuously reported their victories, causing many people to feel excited. Because, sooner or later, the heroes of the various races would enter the final ancient path and engage in an ultimate confrontation. This could already be considered a type of rehearsal. Something isn't right. Why are there more and more people coming to the ancient mythological path? Not only are there trial takers, there are also some powerful ancient beasts. It's impossible that all of them are here for the 9-layered coffin. At the end, more and more people arrived, exceeding everyone's expectations. The battles became increasingly intense. Until half a month later, a piece of shocking news finally leaked out. The Dao protectors of the various races were all stunned. There would be a great fortune appearing on the ancient mythological path. There would be a true undying immortal medicine. What? How many tens of thousands of years has it been? An undying medicine has finally appeared? No wonder even the god race and the others have moved out. Even some people who had been in seclusion for hundreds to thousands of years were alarmed. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Longma, the Golden Lion King and the others were all shocked. They glanced at each other in dismay. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. No wonder this ancient region was getting more and more lively. Everything was happening at the same time. Which undying medicine is it? This was a question that many people wanted to know the answer to. Several days later, there was definite news. It was the ancient tree of life, an undying tree that could regrow flesh and bones from the dead. It once belonged to an ancient emperor. Chapter 1400. If you want to enter the ancient mythological path, you have to collect at least 10 types of ancient blood and pour them on the sealed door before it can be opened. This was a secret piece of information that Yi Fan and the others had heard in an ancient land. This caused them to be stunned. So it turned out that no one had entered the ancient mythological path and were still on the golden ancient path. Everything was because too much time had passed. The outside world was already unfamiliar with these desolate ancient paths and didn't know the situation. They mistook these ancient paths for mythological paths. If it wasn't for a protector of the human race speaking clearly, people would still continue to misunderstand. All the cultivators were only halfway there and were still far away from the ancient mythological path. 10 types of ancient blood, this condition is truly harsh. Longma spoke in anger. There's no need to be anxious. Yi Zi himself already brought one with him and it would definitely far exceed the standard. As for the blood on my body, it should be just so. Pang Bo spoke. He had already guessed the true meaning of this condition. They had to hunt and only the strongest would be able to enter the ancient mythological path. As expected, not long after, news spread that the blood of the devil gods and some of the strongest races in the ancient mythological path were also included. Luckily, I thought it had to be tyrannical blood, saint blood, or divine blood. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. If not, it was almost impossible for them to enter the ancient mythological path. Now, there were rumors that the true ancient tree of life was on that path. A faint light could be seen in the darkness. At first, they thought it was a star, but as time flowed by, they gradually got closer. Yi Fan and the others felt a sense of alarm in their hearts. Although they were very far away, they could already feel a wave of blood qi. This was a life form and was definitely very powerful. If not, how could it cause their hearts to palpitate from so far away? The universe was vast and boundless. Under normal circumstances, it would be hard to encounter any lifeforms even after walking for hundreds or thousands of lifeforms. But now, this star region was a little special and had attracted experts from various races. What kind of lifeform is this? The light it emits is so dazzling, piercing through the darkness of the universe. It would most probably be very difficult to deal with. Longma bared his teeth. Could it be that it has the ancient blood we need? Yi Fan and the others had been out for over 10 days and had entered a legendary primordial hunting zone. They had also encountered a few powerful races on the way, but they were all inferior to the ancient blood. This was the first time he had encountered an unknown creature. It's really coming for us. I can feel a powerful blood energy covering the sky and covering the earth. It's like it's stepping on the corpses of all living beings. The golden lion revealed a serious expression. Its entire body was releasing radiance, as if it was cast from gold. It was like an archaic deity. None of the 12 saints were easy to deal with. After so many years, they had killed many creatures and used their blood to purify the ancient technique to evolve. All of them were extremely powerful. Now that even the Golden Lion, an elite that was stained with the blood of the enemy, was moved, one could only imagine how terrifying the enemy before them was. This creature's speed was very fast, and it charged straight at them. Its blood chi was like a vast ocean that engulfed them, hiding the sky and covering the earth, drowning them all within. Too domineering, a single person wanting to kill all of us, does he really think he is a great emperor? Longma was unconvinced, releasing a roar, revealing his own blood energy. On the other side, an even more powerful blood energy surged, shaking the stars and shaking the sun and moon. Rumble. The sky dome was torn apart, and the imposing aura of an expert surged like the sea. It was as if a demonic god was looking down on the other side, extremely powerful and great. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a colossus that occupied a vast area, comparable to an enormous meteor. In the darkness, a pair of ice-cold eyes could be seen, as if they were looking out from the underworld. It was cold and chilling, making one feel despair. Meanwhile, the most terrifying thing was that there was a cluster of silver light in front of the frontal bone. It was as if a divine flame was throbbing about. That was the most powerful spiritual force, and it was almost tangible. Previously, they mistook it for starlight, and only when they got closer did they discover that it was this creature's powerful body. It was like an archaic demonic mountain. It was just too enormous, overlooking everyone. Its appearance was sinister, like an enormous spider, but it was definitely not one. Its entire body was covered in black scales, cold and intimidating. Moreover, it had over 100 pairs of spider legs, and every single one of them was like a divine spear after being stretched out. Apart from the ice-cold scales, it really looked like a mountain-sized spider. It was extremely intimidating, and the blood chi it was emitting made everyone feel intimidated. Could it be one of the archaic demonic gods? The Black Bear Saint was astonished. His expression constantly changed as he thought of some legends. There was an ancient creature that could fight against the gods, but unfortunately, it had already been extinct for many years. It was rumored that at its peak, it could grow over 10,000 legs. It was known as the 10,000 feet demonic spider, a type of archaic demonic god. This one was far from reaching 10,000 legs, but 100 legs was already quite impressive. This race actually hadn't gone extinct, which was quite shocking. Obviously, this was one of the most powerful ancient bloodlines they needed. It had reached the Saint King realm, but its combat strength couldn't be estimated with common sense. This kind of ancient creature had many curses, and it was the most difficult to deal with. In particular, its enormous body had once given the god race headaches. Humans, sacrifice yourself. A powerful divine sense transmitted over. It was like a real voice, causing the universe to rumble and tremble. The blood chi on its body surged as it treated Yi Fan's group as food. It wanted them to offer their lives because during the archaic years, many great clans worshipped demonic gods and offered them as sacrifices. Pang Bo sneered and said, "We originally wanted to exchange blood with you and enter the ancient mythological path together. Now, you want our lives? I think it's better if you chop off your 100 legs and offer them to us." Chi. A streak of black light flickered and tore through the cosmos. It was as fast as lightning as it pierced towards Pang Bo. It was ruthless and decisive, and the powerful divine force made everyone tremble involuntarily. This was one of the 10,000 feet demonic spider's legs. After it was stretched out, it was like an ice-cold spear that could shatter heaven and earth. It arrived before Pang Bo's eyes in an instant, incomparably sharp. Dang! Pang Bo's fist smashed out, colliding with the spider leg. It was like divine iron colliding, splitting the void and erupting with berserk divine might. 9 slashes of the demonic emperor, form extermination. Pang Bo shouted loudly, displaying his own powerful ancient technique. 2 silver dragons shot out from his eyes, hacking towards its head. The demonic spider trembled and quickly evaded. Its entire body emitted heaven-overflowing blood energy. Its mouth screeched and its 100 legs moved at the same time. It was as if over 100 black divine spears pierced over at the same time. Cold light and sharp spider legs erupted with an aura that made one feel despair. It was as if 10,000 swords were piercing through one's heart. Resplendent light erupted as the 2 silver dragons collided with the many divine spears. The coldest killing intent was released as the 2 clashed violently. It was a life and death struggle. Pang Bo's body trembled violently. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he retreated tens of thousands of zhang. This colossus was too terrifying. It was a top-notch existence even among saint kings and was several small cultivation realms higher than him. On the other side, some of the demonic spider's legs were hacked open and dripped down. This made its gaze even colder as it stared rigidly at Pang Bo and the others. It knew that the humans it encountered were extraordinary. Divine injury. Pang Bo shouted loudly and displayed the other slash of the Demon Emperor 9 slashes. His forehead erupted with brilliance and shot out strand after strand of sharp immortal radiance. The demonic spider roared in pain and struggled violently. Its primordial spirit suffered an attack, but the divine flame in front of its forehead was too terrifying. It burned fiercely and dispersed Pang Bo's attack, almost causing a backlash. This was too shocking. Who was Pang Bo? He was a rising young supreme being on the human race's ancient road, yet he was injured. The demonic spider was unstoppable. It was a truly powerful ancient ferocious spirit. Deprive. Pang Bo shouted loudly. It was still a wondrous technique from the Demon Emperor 9 slashes. He directly seized the silver spiritual energy and wanted to forcefully seize it. This kind of secret technique was mysterious and powerful. The first 3 slashes would have long since been annihilated if it was someone else. However, the demonic spider was only able to withstand it because it was a few small realms higher. The demonic spider's entire body shone, especially the divine flame of its spiritual energy. It changed from defense to offense and directly attacked Pang Bo while emitting the most terrifying aura. Boom! Yi Fan's expression changed. The golden blood qi around his body was vigorous and pulsating like a demonic god that had awakened. He released his powerful aura to threaten the demonic spider, which immediately startled it. At the same time, Longma and the other 12 saints also released their overflowing blood qi and pressed forward. The demonic spider knew that it had kicked an iron plate and encountered a group of powerful challengers. Dao transformation. Pang Bo roared loudly and used another slash from the Demon Emperor 9 slashes. This time, the demonic spider's expression changed. Anyone would be afraid of the power of Dao transformation. It immediately retreated and didn't dare to face it head-on. Let's attack together. There's no need to be polite against an ancient beast that has the potential to become the great sage and is several small realms higher than us. Let's just beat it to death. Longma shouted shamelessly. He called the Golden Lion, the 9 crocodile dragons, and the others to help Pang Bo, Hong Long. This was a terrifying chaotic battle. Pang Bo and the 12 saints moved together to attack this powerful ancient creature. Blood qi surged and the heaven and earth seemed to be torn apart. It was incomparably intense. Yi Fan also made a move, but he only brandished a fist. It was incomparably tyrannical and broke 8 of the spider's legs. He then retreated because the outcome was already decided. Pang Bo's final slash, Dao transformation, had hit the demonic spider. This put it in a dangerous situation. It needed to emit immortal power to resist the Dao transformation tribulation. Meanwhile, at this time, Longma and the others went up together. They naturally occupied an overwhelming advantage. It had to be said that this demonic spider was exceptionally terrifying. They had only exchanged blows for a short moment, yet it already injured Pang Bo, making him spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Only after circulating the swordsman character did he recover. With a honglong sound, the giant demonic spider still fell in the cosmos. Its tremendous blood chi was immediately divided up by the golden lion, the heavenly scorpion, and the others. This type of blood is extremely useful. Don't devour it. Yi Fan reminded. Pang Bo and Longma took action. They observed its primordial spirit and discovered a shocking fact. It actually killed 2 young supreme beings from powerful races. This made them feel apprehensive. It really is powerful. No wonder it's so terrifying. Unfortunately, it encountered this group of people and was destined for tragedy. 2 young supreme beings in addition to the 12 saints. How many people could contend against them? Not only the most powerful trial takers from various races, even some powerful cosmic creatures have come after hearing the news. They want to chase after the ancient life tree. It saw an ancient coffin that flew across the sky and entered the legendary ancient path. Pang Bo obtained quite a bit of valuable information from its sea of consciousness. He displayed an image for Yi Fan to see. It's this, the Void Emperor's coffin, the 9-layered coffin from the legendary era. Yi Fan was immediately astonished. His gaze became fierce as he stared at this imprint diagram. In the end, they refined the demonic spider's blood together and refined a fist-sized lump of life ancient deity blood. It was sparkling and resplendent, releasing an undying radiance. This type of blood is truly powerful. It definitely fulfills the requirements and can be used as one of the 10 types of ancient blood. Yi Fan observed and said. As expected of the archaic demonic god's descendant. Pang Bo sighed. It really wasn't easy to refine such a lump of ancient blood. This was just an interlude. When they set out again, they encountered even more ancient creatures in the archaic hunting region. They had never seen or heard of them before, and all of them were incomparably powerful. However, it was difficult to find the ancient blood they needed. Several days later, they obtained a piece of news. Many ancient creatures and young supreme beings from other races were currently hurrying towards an ancient land called the 7 Golden Cities. That was an ancient city that was built during the archaic era and had existed until now. It was rumored that the secret of the ancient life tree originated from there. There's no need to feel a headache over the supreme ancient blood. There are young supreme beings gathering in the 7 Golden Cities. It's rumored that they want to exchange the precious blood they hunted and enter the true legendary ancient path. We have a type of demonic god blood and should be able to join them, said Yi Fan. Chapter 1401. Golden 7 Cities, an extremely dazzling ancient city shone with resplendent golden light. It truly looked like it was cast from gold, releasing resplendent radiance in the starry sky. From the distance, multicolored light flowed about, essence energy overflowing in all directions, filling the entire ancient region with powerful life force. Stellar streams flowed about below it. The entire city looked like it was built on a shining divine waterfall, a great river. It was magnificent, majestic, and grand. Yi Fan and the others searched everywhere, finally arriving at this place. They saw the legendary Golden 7 Cities. It was like a resplendent and beautiful divine pearl embedded in the heavens. When they got closer, they felt a boundless atmosphere. It was like a vast ocean surging, heaven essence and earth energy pervading the air, making one's entire body feel nourished. I thought it really was cast from a type of divine gold, never expecting it to be a special type of rock. Pang Bo said. This type of rock looked golden and translucent, like gold or jade. In addition, there was spiritual essence curling about it, so its value was naturally precious. It was rumored that it was extremely sturdy, almost comparable to weapon refinement materials. Country bumpkin, you really haven't seen the world. Right at this time, an extremely disharmonious voice sounded. Yi Fan and the others turned around, seeing a child who looked to be 7 or 8 years old. However, he was quite sturdy, currently looking at Pang Bo with a sneer on his face. Where did this little brat come from, daring to speak such arrogant words? Pang Bo was almost a zhang tall. He lowered his head to look at this child, truly like he was looking at a toy. Who are you talking about? This child's eyes were erect, extremely powerful, actually taking the initiative to attack Pang Bo. His little hands were rough, as if he had done heavy work all year round. A deafening hong sounded. The two large and small palms collided, releasing a sky-shaking sound, even the city gates trembling. One could well imagine the power these two possessed. Longma and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. This was just a 7 or 8-year-old child, yet he could fight against Pang Bo, and his divine force didn't fall behind. This was simply inconceivable. Where did this bean sprout come from, possessing such great power? Pang Bo felt that this was inconceivable. Don't look down on him, he isn't a child. He has cultivated for at least 100 years. Yi Fan activated the origin heavenly eye, seeing his true age from his bones. Huh? Are you a descendant of Tu Xing Sun? Did you cross over from the other side of the starry sky, ancient China? Pang Bo's gossipy flames burned brightly. Longma, Scorpio, and the others were all speechless. They didn't know if he was purposely mocking them or if it was true. This child's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Pang Bo to have such great strength. It simply exceeded common sense. He was like a demonic god, stronger than all other creatures of the same level. What nonsense are you talking about? Big guy, if you have the guts, take my axe again. If you can't beat me, then apologize to me. The child put away his contempt and solemnly said. Pang Bo laughed heartily and said, if you lose, are you going to apologize to uncle? Buzz. The child did not say a single word. A huge bronze axe appeared in his hand, which transformed into a bolt of lightning as it cleaved downwards. At the same time, a bronze light flowed through his body as he cleaved apart heaven and earth. Form of destruction. Pang Bo shouted loudly. 2 streaks of dragon-shaped light shot out from his eyes, colliding with the huge bronze axe. A sphere of blazing radiance erupted. The city gates rumbled and swayed intensely. Streak after streak of symbols appeared in the 7 golden cities. All types of Dao traces revived, protecting this city and preventing it from being affected. That's the dwarf race's young supreme being. He actually came as well. Someone cried out in alarm, revealing the identity of this child. His name was Shigu. There were quite a few people who hurried over from the city gates. Their goal was the same as Yi Fan's, wishing to enter the 7 golden cities. When they saw this scene, they revealed the child's race. This was a powerful race. Even though their bodies were short, every one of them had innate divine strength. They were quite talented in cultivation, and it was rumored that the 7 golden cities were built precisely by their ancestors. This was a powerful race. Even though their bodies were short, every one of them had innate divine strength. They were quite talented in cultivation, and it was rumored that the 7 golden cities were built precisely by their ancestors. Big fella, your strength isn't weak. Be careful after entering the city. Shigu said this. Radiance flickered in his palm, and the enormous axe disappeared. He walked towards the city. Hey, you still haven't apologized to uncle yet. Pang Bo laughed loudly. The dwarf race's young supreme being Shigu glared at him fiercely, and then disappeared with a flash, entering the city. Who is this group of people? Every single one of them seems to be quite strong. Their origins are unordinary. Someone stared at the backs of Yi Fan's group, revealing a strange expression. The human race truly produced a few experts. The great demonic god and Di Tian are both formidable heroes, definitely great enemies on the ancient mythological path. Now, this group of people is also quite extraordinary. This might be the human race's group with the holy physique. What? It's them? They also came to the 7 golden cities. This is going to be lively. I was just saying, Shigu has always kept a low profile. why would he suddenly provoke them? He definitely saw through something and wanted to size up the strength of his competitors. Outside the city gates, a few people were discussing in low voices. Then, they all entered one after another, arriving at this place where the winds and clouds gathered. This was one of the few ancient cities on the Golden Ancient Path. After endless years passed, this path had long been abandoned, and the corresponding cities had all been destroyed by all types of powerful creatures. What was rare was that not only were the 7 golden cities perfectly preserved, there were still residents inside. Naturally, there were only a pitiful few hundred households. The lord of this city was a white-haired old man. After entering the city, no one dared to provoke him. They were all very well behaved, and this was enough to prove his unfathomable strength. Awu, a loud roar rang out. A huge monster flew over from the depths of the cosmos. It was actually a black barbaric ox that was as large as a mountain. However, it had a pair of enormous devil wings that covered the sky and covered the earth. It wanted to charge into the ancient city, but after a light snort from the city lord, it was as if it was struck by lightning. It immediately calmed down and obediently transformed into a human form to enter the city. A large number of cultivators came to the ancient city, even more than the residents. For cultivators, there was nothing more attractive than immortality in this world. The ancient tree of life had a fatal allure to all races. Xiao, 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 Xiao. In the cosmos, 4 great golden streaks of lightning flew over with extreme speed. They descended from the starry river and were actually 4 golden snakes. They weren't that long, and each of them was only 10 zhang long. However, they emitted an aura that caused everyone to tremble. The 4 young Langjuns of the golden snake race have arrived. It really is them. One clan with 4 sons, each of them heaven-defying and known to be unrivaled. The 4 golden snake Langjuns are the young supreme beings of their ancient path. The 4 golden snakes turned into human forms. All of them were cold and arrogant, and their pupils were a faint golden color. After entering the city, they caused a commotion. I still remember that 10 years ago, the second golden snake Lang Jun killed his way into another ancient path and wiped out the divine ape bloodline. He massacred a region and shook the entire starry sky. And now, the 4 Langjuns of the golden snake bloodline have all arrived. The sky and earth will be turned upside down. Who can be their opponent? People whispered among themselves. They were all quite fearful. Even those who came from some powerful races were respectful of them from afar. Within the city, Yi Fan's group walked along the ancient streets. This city was extremely vast. It could accommodate hundreds of thousands of cultivators for a long period of time. It was absolutely not a problem for them to cultivate here. The houses and buildings were all empty. Now, there were only a few hundred households left. It was extremely bleak and desolate. As they walked into the depths of the huge golden city, Yi Fan sensed the aura of a familiar person. He raised his head and saw Fairy Xianxia standing on top of a palace. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, and her skin was sparkling and translucent. It was as if she was about to ascend to immortality. "Brother Yi, I trust you have been well since we last met. After 10 years, you have become even more unfathomable," Fairy Xianxia greeted. Yi Fan smiled and said, "Fairy's bearing is even more graceful than before. How can we mortals be unfathomable?" Fairy Xianxia smiled sweetly. Her eyes were bright and her teeth white. She was truly an outstanding beauty. She was light and otherworldly, and her beauty was beyond comparison. Pang Bo laughed heartily. He looked up and said, "Dare I ask if Fairy is willing to betroth yourself to me? I wonder if the 2 of us can catch your fancy." Fairy Xianxia was speechless. Although she had seen many pursuers, this was the first time she had seen someone so direct and shameless. She couldn't help but snort and ignore him. "Only now did I discover that Master Pang is truly a role model for our generation. He is a man of true character," Longma said. From afar, a figure walked over. His entire body was glowing with light, resembling a divinity. He exuded an aura that could devour the world, as though he was the only sovereign. Di Tian appeared. He walked over step by step, his true appearance was blurry. His body merged with the heavens and earth, truly becoming one with the heavens, bearing the might of the heavenly Tao. It had been 10 years since they last met. His aura was even more flourishing than before, resembling an immortal cosmos divine furnace. His radiance shone through the ages, smelting everything in the world and suppressing the mountains and rivers. This was simply like a young emperor walking over. Di Tian spoke, "It's been 10 years. I've created a fist scripture. If there's a chance, I would like to seek your guidance." Yi Fan didn't say anything. Pang Bo smiled and said, "What a coincidence, Yi Zi is also creating a Tao, nurturing 100 scriptures and researching his own secret art. His name is the Celestial Empyrean Fist. I can really give you some pointers." Di Tian was naturally being modest when he said he wanted to seek guidance. Pang Bo accepted it so casually and even said he could give pointers. This made the people behind Di Tian gnash their teeth in anger and speechless. Di Tian's expression also changed. To dare name it the Celestial Empyrean Fist, this kind of name that made one's bones and blood tremble must be exceptionally terrifying. It made him feel a sense of alarm. In another direction, another figure appeared. Although he was somewhat thin and weak, it seemed as though he was walking over by stepping on the corpses of all living beings. His ocean-like blood energy alarmed many experts in the city. It was precisely the great demonic god. After 10 years, he had become even more terrifying. It was as though he had just slaughtered his way back from hell. He was a demonic god who had unlocked his shackles and was exceptionally powerful. On top of a jade building in the distance, a woman looked over. Her style was unmatched, elegant, and aloof. She was like an ice sculpture and possessed an inviolable dignity. It was precisely the human king. Yi Fan smiled calmly. There was a kind of tranquility in his eyes, and there was not the slightest ripple in his heart. 10 years later, when they met again, he would also stand among the supreme youths and fear no one. "I look forward to meeting every old friend." These were his words as he walked away. There was no power emitting from him, nor was there anything unusual about him. He was calm and composed, leaving everyone with only the silhouette of his back. Even further away, the eyes of the 4 Langjuns of the golden snake bloodline shot out divine rays like golden electric snakes. They were incomparably resplendent as they stared at the silhouette. Suddenly, a figure descended and blocked Yi Fan's path. This was an expert whose entire body was glowing. She was as beautiful as a deity, and her body was brilliant without a single blemish. At this moment, the golden blood within Yi Fan's body boiled and rumbled like a broken dam. It actually resonated and produced a reaction. His entire body emitted boundless light. The divine race. Many people cried out in surprise. They were incomparably fearful of this supreme race that was comparable to gods and demons and claimed to have the blood of deities flowing within them. Chapter 1402. The god race was an extremely ancient and powerful race. The blood of the gods flowed within their veins, and they reigned supreme in the world. They were known to be invincible in the heavens and earth, and they stood above the 9 heavens, overlooking all living beings. There were too many legends about them since ancient times, and they were spread throughout the entire star domain. They were high up above, a type of taboo existence. No one dared to blaspheme them, and few dared to challenge them. There was only reverence. The god race had disappeared for who knew how many tens of thousands of years as well, but no one had forgotten them. It was because they were extremely powerful, leaving behind too much glory. They would reappear sooner or later. At this moment, a woman who seemed to have walked out from a legendary era appeared. Her entire body was sparkling and releasing undying radiance. She stood in the ancient city, immediately triggering a huge commotion. She had red lips, white teeth, and a high nose. She possessed a pair of intoxicating eyes that flowed with a dreamy luster. Her entire body was translucent, as if she was carved out of jade. Her beautiful hair draped over her shoulders, making her look like a goddess. This was a powerful god race woman. She was exceptionally beautiful, and there was a type of pressure to her. Her beauty was unreal, making others feel a type of inviolable holiness. She seemed to have walked out from an ancient myth, blocking Yifan's path. There was a subtle connection between the two, and their blood was boiling. Strands of golden light emitted from Yifan's body. Every pore on his body opened up, allowing the divine light to flow out. Tens of thousands of strands flowed out in small streams. Shi Yan was shaken hard. He had an instinctive connection with his god body. He was more convinced that the god clan was an ancient branch of human race. They had the same origin. Shenlan, who would have thought that it would be her? She is actually a god race. A few people were shocked. This woman named Shenlan had always walked on the human race's ancient path, showing disdain for the masses. She was the most mysterious among the human race's young supreme experts, and was revered as a goddess. In the past, no one knew where she came from. It wasn't until today, when she sensed Yifan's constitution and emitted such an aura, that everyone understood. Everyone present was shocked. Goddess. God race, this is really not a coincidence. No wonder she has that kind of temperament. She actually came from that most mysterious ancient race. No one would have thought that a woman of the god race would walk on the ancient path of the human race. Why are you blocking my way? Yifan calmly asked. The sound of scriptures rang out from within his body, and in an instant, the boundless golden light was restrained. His blood also calmed down and returned to normal. Shenlan's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, feeling somewhat shocked. She didn't think that Qin Wentian would be able to suppress his instinctive reactions. Her bright red lips parted, revealing her pearly white teeth. 10 years ago, when you were undergoing tribulation, an ancient great emperor manifested. I missed it and felt deeply regretful. Today, I specially came to take a look. Her voice was as pleasant as the sounds of nature, carrying a kind of sexy magnetism. Her graceful jade-like body was sparkling and translucent. Coupled with her intoxicating appearance, her temperament made people's hearts beat faster. Her entire person was like a fantasy. Unfortunately, I don't have any tribulation to face today, Yifan replied. You can do it yourself. Shenlan lightly smiled, causing the sun, moon, and stars to dim in comparison. A shocking radiance flowed within her eyes as her palm that was translucent like jade swept forward. Her beautiful hair and clothes fluttered in the wind, causing her to seem like a fairy that was treading the waves. Pang! Yifan decisively made his move. His palm was as sharp as a heavenly blade, emitting resplendent golden radiance as it tore apart the void. At the same time, various phenomena appeared, merging together behind him, forming a real world. In that place, stars illuminated the sky, green lotuses were planted in the primal chaos, and immortal kings sat high up in the 9 heavens. It was like a country from ancient legends, shocking the world. In the rear, everyone's expressions changed. Even Pang Bo, Longma, and the others were greatly shaken. They didn't think that Yifan would immediately use such a terrifying attack. This was simply a fatal blow, a method that would only be used against the most terrifying enemy. In the past, Yifan was rarely so direct, yet he was already so fierce as soon as they exchanged blows. Could it be that this divine race girl was so terrifying? At the next moment, everyone understood. This goddess was truly too terrifying. She was unmatched in her generation and was a perfect masterpiece of the heavens. Her strength was also terrifying. In that instant, she froze the void. Regardless of whether they were close or far, they were all affected, especially the supreme experts of several ancient clans. They were at the edge of the battlefield, as if they had sunk into a swamp, unable to budge an inch. Everyone's expressions changed. The divine race girl Shenlan was too terrifying. Just the aftermath of her attack alone was enough to freeze the heavenly geniuses of several great clans, leaving everyone horrified. It wasn't hard for everyone to guess what kind of pressure Yi Fan was facing. This was but the center of the battlefield, the void frozen. This was practically sealing the world. Even if one's skill was heaven-reaching and earth-moving, it would be difficult to defend against. Hong! The world exploded. Heaven overflowing golden light surged there. Yi Fan's palm shattered everything. His irregular scene tore apart the void, but it wasn't frozen in place. Clashing sounds rang out one after another. Yi Fan quickly took action, golden palms and fingers covering the sky. In that instant, he struck out tens of thousands of times, as if all of them landed on Shenlan's body. Terrifying to the extreme. This place was covered in black holes. Stellar streams poured down from outer space, vast and boundless. It was as if gods and devils were fighting intensely. If not for golden ancient cities' formation patterns reviving, nothing would exist here anymore. Despite this being the case, there was still a boundless divine waterfall that submerged this place. 10,000 streaks of stellar radiance shot out without end. Two figures clashed. The male's divine might was matchless, while the female was like a reincarnated fairy. Brilliant light flowed about her, their entire bodies carrying blazing radiance. It was as if they were characters from a legendary era fighting. They were like two streaks of lightning moving about. Every time they collided, exceptional divine radiance would erupt. Suddenly, heaven and earth seemed to have calmed down. The undying radiance they released disappeared. They fought in close combat, divine techniques appearing brilliantly to the extreme. Yi Fan grabbed her arm. If she was caught, no one would be able to save Shenlan. The divine body's reputation of being unrivaled in close combat wasn't just for show. Her body was soft and specks of multicolored light flickered about. She almost brushed past the crook of Yi Fan's arm, graceful and agile like an immortal. She avoided a fatal strike and took advantage of the situation to fly out. Her rainbow-colored dress fluttered about, as if a celestial fairy was dancing. This battle ended in an extremely short amount of time, almost ending as soon as it began. There wasn't a true life and death outcome. Shenlan's appearance was picturesque, bright and pure like the moon. She released moving brilliance, and every inch of her body was translucent and radiating multicolored light. It was as if she was the work of the gods. From today forth, you belong to me, to the god race. Everyone was stupefied. Shenlan's style was unmatched, and even her voice was world-shaking. It was like an immortal's voice rising in spirals as it resounded by everyone's ears. However, the words she spoke were just too shocking. Her beauty was unreal, and her temperament was otherworldly. There was a type of holiness to her, as if she was an ancient goddess that didn't belong to this world. No one expected her to speak these words. This type of change, this type of impact that was completely different from before, made everyone stare blankly. They all suspected that they had heard incorrectly. The god race's goddess was extremely serious. Her appearance was dignified, and her appearance was otherworldly. She was bright and flawless, and radiance scattered down. She said again, "Whoever makes things difficult for him will become my enemy." She floated away, and a great path appeared beneath her feet. It was paved with a river of stars, and it was accompanied by a wand. Brilliant flower petals danced in the air, and waves of fragrance wafted through the air. She disappeared into the distance in an instant. Not to mention others, even Yi Fan himself was a bit stunned. The descendants of deities, the most powerful race in the starry skies, hadn't appeared for tens of thousands of years, yet the race's goddess actually said these words. So powerful. She is even more genuine than me. Pang Bo was speechless, and then he laughed loudly. Longma and the others were all stupefied. The unrestrained holy beasts and experts were a bit speechless, not knowing what to say. As for the others, apart from being dumbfounded, they were petrified, flabbergasted, and didn't understand what was going on. Belong to my god race, and I will choose a god race's pearl as your wife. Right at this time, Goddess Xianlan's voice sounded from the horizon again. Everyone immediately understood what was going on. It was clear that she was aware of the ambiguity, and so she was supplementing and explaining. Pang Bo laughed loudly. Ye can belong to you, but not to the god race. Hong. A terrifying divine light drowned out the heaven and earth, attacking forward and colliding with Pang Bo. Then, Xianlan left completely, somewhat angry. The young supreme experts of each race revealed strange expressions. Some were shocked, some had killing intent flashing through their eyes, some were disappointed, and some were deeply worried. I understand. The god race is the descendants of the deities, and their bodies flow with the most powerful ancient blood. They want to nurture a true deity. There had always been a rumor in the world that the god race wanted to stand proudly above the 9 heavens and restore the glorious legends of countless years ago. They wanted to establish a true immortal legend and restore the order of the age of gods. They respected the theory of bloodlines and believed that the most powerful deity would inevitably be born in the future. He would surpass the deities and become truly immortal, invincible under the starry skies. For this reason, they had always been searching for the most powerful ancient blood in order to produce an even more powerful descendant of divine blood. They wanted to make all races tremble in fear. The combination of divine blood and holy blood was considered a perfect fusion, and it would give birth to the most sacred bloodline. It was the one of the god race's most powerful bloodline hypothesis. Only a few people knew about these secrets, but they weren't a secret here. That was because the people here were the most powerful trial takers of each race, and they had enough qualifications to know. After everyone came to a sudden realization, they revealed strange expressions. The combination of divine blood and holy blood will result in the appearance of the most powerful sacred bloodline. It will crush all enemies and realize true invincibility under the starry skies. Everyone was apprehensive. Now, all kinds of physiques had appeared, and many ancient bloodlines had reappeared in the world. If the god race brought several of the most powerful bloodlines into the world for their plan, it would most likely be a great disaster. In the following 2 days, a few more experts arrived one after another. There were young supreme beings from powerful races, as well as ancient creatures that foraged for food in the universe. Meanwhile, Yifan also encountered great trouble. Many people had their eyes on him. Since he had been chosen by the god race, it was impossible for him not to attract attention even if he didn't want to. The divine physique was only a member of the god race, yet it already shook the world. If the entire race was like this, then how powerful would they be? No matter which race it was, they were all extremely apprehensive of this race. The saint physique of the Emperor Burial Star. What is the most powerful ancient blood? Let me see how strong you are. There were ancient creatures attacking, and there were also experts from other races challenging him. Yifan didn't show the slightest bit of leniency. He attacked like thunder, as if he was the reincarnation of a demonic god. In the following days, he attacked in a domineering manner, killing 7 or 8 challengers. His fists drew blood, and these people were all smashed into pieces, truly intimidating the crowd. It was bloody and cruel. Blood splattered everywhere, as well as the sparkling white bones with traces of blood on them, caused people to be as silent as cicadas in winter, no longer daring to act blindly without thinking. On the ancient road, the geniuses of each race only recognized one truth. Dignity was gained through killing, prestige was gained through battle, and everything depended on strength. Woo, it has finally begun. The true Phoenix Pavilion will gather, and the young supreme experts of each race will appear. We will exchange what we need and piece together the 10 most powerful ancient bloodlines. This was a grand gathering of geniuses. Without a doubt, brilliant sparks would be produced from the collision. The god race, Saint Blood, D. Tian, Gentleman Golden Snake, and the others were all part of it.